Peace, 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 everybody. Hope you can hear me. Give y'all some time, give some people some time to come in. I know I delayed this a couple of times. If you do come in, just hit the smash that like button. I will be back shortly after I play this intro. If you can hear what I'm saying, just type a 7 if you can in the comments while the intro is playing. I will be back.
Let's do it. I'm Black Hannibal, running through your capital on elephants. Civilize the savage with my elegance. Militant intelligence, run through your defense. Strike like a ninja, slice, cut, and injure. Leave no prisoners, just bodies on the battlefield. I'm Spartacus with a sword and shield. Something like a marksman with cold blue steel. War paint on my face, keep my identity concealed. Advance on your camp like dozens of killer ants. Snatch your king like chess, checkmate is his death. While my team have fun with your queen. Throw your bishops off the roof, your knights flee the scene. I plant bombs in the home of your pawns. The detonation shook the foundation of your rooks. Holding shotguns with double barrels. They impact so hard when it blasts through your body travels. Yeah. Street Spartacus. Black Spartacus. Black Spartacus. Black Spartacus. Black Spartacus. Black Spartacus. Burn your flag as I overthrow your government. New politics, no Democrats and Republicans. Spiritual systems built by wise men who's true in living. The foundation's no longer Christian. Teaching universally the wisdom of the nations. New currency, no more dollar bills with white faces. No more Caucasian domination. All races participating, cultivating education. The people hungry and they ain't waiting. No more debating. Let's overthrow the haven to Satan. This whole world needs some new changes. Rulers with new faces. It's time to take out the racists. Spartacus from the new ages. From the page to the stage, pull a blade on the money changers. Spartacus from the new ages. From this page to the stage, pull a blade on the money changers.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? All right, let me get on camera real quick. What's going on, everybody? Peace, power, and prosperity. Rob Blackstorm. Sorry for the delays, y'all. This wasn't really my fault. I was only gonna delay it for like a half hour, but then when I was going to get on the internet, it's Mercury retrograde, right? So Mercury retrograde governs technology, right? It governs travel, governs communication, also commerce, right? So the stock market dropped heavy yesterday, wasn't too good today. People were having issues communicating. I think the Mercury retrograde, if I'm not mistaken, is in Libra. So, people are having problems communicating with their mates, with their loved ones, things like that. Also, it deals with travel. So you may be having travel issues. And a lot of people, at my job, I've had computer issues. And a lot of people are having computer issues as well. So I had computer issues today. Literally, my TV was working. The Wi-Fi was good on everything else. My phone, the TV, my tablet. But just this particular laptop, the Wi-Fi would not work. And I'm like, yo. So first, in my mind, peace to Miss Armstrong. First, in my mind, I'm thinking, yo, peace to Philip and peace to Miss Armstrong. I'm thinking, yo, what the hell is going on? I'm like, maybe today. For our first thought, right? This is why thoughts are things and words are worlds, right? You have to really, really watch what you're thinking about yourself and watch what you're thinking just in general, right? Because you could say the wrong thing about yourself and set yourself up really, for failure. And so I was thinking, when it first happened, because I'm like, my TVs were, it's Mercury. I know it's Mercury retrograde. My work laptop was messed up yesterday. My work laptop was just going crazy yesterday. I still managed to work through it, but it was just giving me issues. And today, everything's working. I'm like, why is just the Wi-Fi on this laptop not working? Like my tablet, TV, everything, phone, everything else is working. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'm not supposed to do this today. Maybe I'm supposed to wait till tomorrow. Then my second thought was like, nah, we're not going to wait till tomorrow. We're going to push through. and we're going to keep doing this. You know what I'm saying? As soon as I said that, literally a solution came. Now, I'm not the most tech savvy in the world. You know, the little things you see me have, we're setting up with, oh, why am I using this? I don't even need this. But the reason I'm not that tech savvy, right? So the things you see me do or you see me learn, you know, I try to, over the years, I mean, I think my man Phil Boone's been with me for longest. That I can see that's here. Actually, let me see if I can put the chat up right here. Yeah, let's do that. So, you know, he knows me from back in the days when I was like more so struggle streaming. Even though I'm kind of still struggle streaming, but the struggle stream is not as bad as it used to be. But anyway, as soon as I told myself, nah, we're gonna keep pushing. We're gonna get this done today. You know what I'm saying? Even if, you know, restart the computer, you know, go look, figure out what it could be, because it was just weird that everything else was working and not the laptop. And as soon as I said that, you know, it came to me, yo, just run the diagnostic test. Like, just run a what's wrong with the network. You know, like the solution, it was the easiest thing in the world. The solution came, and I ran the little diagnostic test on the computer. Voila, you got Rob Blackstorm today. So shout out to everybody who's here. Shout out to everybody who is here. I appreciate you. I am grateful to have you. Oh man, I think my stream deck. Let me just do something real quick, y'all. I told y'all I'm still struggle streaming, but the thing about life is no matter what happens, right? And this is really what spirituality is all about, right? The goal of spirituality, at least from a Kemetic perspective, right? And on the highest occultist perspective. When we talk about the occult, we're just talking about occult means hidden. So it's not something creepy or scary. You know, we've been inundated with horror movies from the 80s. So when we hear occult, we think something scary, something creepy. It's not that. Occult just means hidden. So when you are looking at something, you know, or studying, the real purpose of this and the real purpose of this journey is to ultimately be peaceful in the face of all difficulties. It's ultimately not to get too far left, not to get too far right. It's to maintain what they call yin yang, or what you call balance, what the Cometians call ma'at, right? Having your heart as light as a feather, right? Which is basically you being at your highest level of intuition, right? Where you are intuitively able to put yourself in someone else's shoes, whether that be an individual, whether that be a person, right? And ultimately, no matter what happens, to be at peace. So once I was at peace with the fact that, look, I'm having this issue with just this laptop, you know, let me just figure it out. You know, even if I got to push it back again to like 10 o'clock, let me just figure it out. And it worked out, you know. So I just want to share that with y'all, you know, not that deep, but hopefully, you know, this my little circumstance will, you know, can keep you, just keep pushing. You know, if something happens, don't, something happens in the world, something happens in your family, something happens in your life. You know, obviously, if you lose somebody, you know, I can't tell you to be peace, to be happy, right? We're not talking about happiness. We're talking about being at peace, right? No matter what happens. You could find peace if any, you know, God forbid somebody passes away, you know, something happens to you health wise, something happens to someone you love, you know, you know, you can't, you may not be happy, but you can find ways to be at peace. So the ultimate goal for this is peace. And if you think of anything that you're doing, whether you want money, whether you want a nice job, or your business to thrive, or a career, or whether you want, you know, the most handsome man in the world or the most beautiful woman in the world, right? You will ultimately want to be at peace. So all the things that we're doing to acquire things, right? People wear name brand clothes and name brand purses and shoes and sneakers, right? It's ultimately not just, some of it is to stunt, you know, some of it is for the ego, but ultimately so that when you walk around, you feel confident, and that confidence gives you peace, right? And real name brand stuff is really a false sense of confidence, but that's another story for another time. All right, y'all. So I don't want to spend too much time yapping. I just want to share that with y'all. And we are going to go straight into this. I have, I think, a very, in fact, not I think, I know. Let me see who's in the building. Shout out to Philip Boone again. Shout out to Miss Armstrong. Shout out to Trinity. All right. Shout out to Self Awareness TV. All right. I got my new subs in the building. All right. Shout out to y'all, man. All right. Shout out to, yeah. So we're going to get it started. So in this particular exploration, what we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about a little bit of Masonry. We're going to talk about a little bit of what Egypt, aka Kemet. We're going to talk about a little bit of astrology. We're going to break down this depth. I'm going to show you how everything ties back to this one place called Kemet. And I'm also going to show you what I can, from my third eye vision, what I see coming up next and what I think is going to happen and how we could use this time to our benefit. I'm not a doom and gloomer. I'm an optimist. I'm an ultimate optimist, but I used to be the ultimate pessimist, right? I did a lot of work to get to the point where I am confident about everything that is going to happen. And I really, by my conspiracy theory is that everything's going to work out in my favor. That's my favorite conspiracy theory in the world. Everything is going to work out in my favor, no matter what. We all go through ups and downs, but again, it's about riding those waves. So I just want to show you how this death is going to not only impact the upcoming future, but also how you could use this energy to your benefit. But you have to kind of know the roots, the signs and symbols. So we got to start from the bottom and then bring you to the top. So for my new people, y'all didn't really see this, but for my OGs, I'm not doing tabs right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing tabs. I actually have a slideshow for y'all. All right. So shout out to me. Shout out to me for having a slideshow. All right. Shout out to me for having a slideshow. So let's do this. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna bring this back. I don't want y'all seeing all the good so early. I thought I had this at 1. Where you up to? Oh, okay. Okay. So let's get into this, right? So we all know who this is. Young Lizzie, okay? R.I.P. Young Lizzie, okay? We don't wish no bad on Lizzie. Shout out to her. You know, looking like the new Griselda album. Looking like the new Griselda album. But what I want you guys to focus on, right? I want you guys to focus on the color, okay? The color. Now, the color purple, okay, is a movie, right? Shout out to Whoopi Goldberg. Color Purple is a movie, but we're not talking about the color purple, the movie. We're talking about the color purple as far as the chakra system. What the chakra system is, there's the chakra system, for those who don't know, the chakra system is, chakra is a Hindu word. Basically, it means wheel, right? Or spiral, right? Real. When you deal with something that is a wheel or something that's a spiral is spirit, right? So a chakra, these are spiritual points in the body. Now that's very esoteric, very woo-woo, right? So let's make it practical. Let's make it scientific so that you really understand and that I'm not just sounding like I'm talking something that I heard over the internet yesterday. When we're talking about chakras, we're actually talking about the endocrine system in the body. This is the part of your body that produces your hormones, how you grow. When you see a girl with a fat ass, you know what I'm saying, and your penis gets hard, you know, those chakras, that root chakra is turning. And the chakra, just to give you an example, the root chakra is turning, the sacral chakra is turning, right? Same thing with if a woman, right, she might see a handsome fella, right? Same thing's happening, right? The root chakra is turning, the sacral chakra is turning, right? These are the lower two chakras, that the last two chakras that are on your body, right? One is just the root chakra is just regular lust. The sacral chakra, which is an orange colored chakra, is your sensuality, or what would be your attraction to someone else, what would be your magnet to someone else, someone you see sacred enough to allow in your body, or special enough to put yourself, if you're a man, in their body, right? And the two become one, right? So those are the bottom chakras. I should put up something chakra-ish for y'all because I see I got some new people. So let me do that real quick. Actually, I don't need. Yeah, let me do it real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. Actually, nah, I got it right here. I don't even need to pull up nothing else. I don't even need to pull up something else. So you could get something, if you don't know what I'm talking about, right? You could get something that is looks like this, right? Let me minimize this real quick and blow myself up. So you could get this off Amazon. I think it's like $8, $10, $11, right? Chakra chart, basic chakra chart, right? And with the rainbow chakra colors, right? So it's not really coming through here that well because of the green screen, but I think you get the basic gist. So we're dealing with the color purple right here. This is the crown chakra, right? You see the word crown right here. So this is the crown chakra. I have an amethyst ring on that's also purple, okay? Purple is the color of royalty. You guys see the Lakers colors, right? Yellow and purple. So I'll just bring the slideshow up. So the Lakers colors, that's what it represents. The yellow and gold. And it's particularly all right, Miss Clonstrong, I'm here. Don't worry. I got you. It's particularly purple. The purple is particularly dealing with royalty. Okay. But when you're talking about the crown, right, or it's an indiglo color, right? The indigo color is basically how the best way to explain it. It's like basically energy that is rising up into the ethers, into the sky. So when you have a thought, let's say you got a thought, right? You sitting home Friday night, you bored, right? I'm coming from a male perspective, ladies, and you say, "Man, what's up with Shouty, right? What's up with Shaniqua? You know, I ain't see Shaniqua. I wonder what she's doing, man. It's Friday night, you know. You might have a flashback of the time you and Shaniqua made love. You know what I'm saying? You might be, you know, think about, man, I wonder what's going on. Then all of a sudden she calls you out of nowhere. She sends you a text. Hey, Big Daddy. Hey, Big Head. Right? She sends you a text out of nowhere. That's a crown chakra function. You didn't do anything. You know what I'm saying? You didn't make a call. All you did was think about it and you manifested it in real time. No matter what your level of spiritual development is, we have all done that once upon a time. We've all thought about something and then it just manifested without us knowing. So this is a crown chakra function. So when you look at things in the media, especially with so-called high profile celebrities, high profile people, high profile definitely like a king or a queen, something like that. Anybody that's quote unquote a star, right? We all are stars, right? We all made of stardust, scientifically speaking. We're all made of stardust. So we're all literally a star. But people that people look upon as a star, you usually see these type of colors. If you look at your music videos, right? I've done decodes. Those have been with me for a while. You know, you've seen the color purples, and I've showed you where the color purples is. If you look in like a lot of the versus videos, you'll see that color. If you look at a lot of music videos, and if you look, especially award shows, they love to use purples and reds, right? We'll get into it. In fact, give me one moment. I got my AC on half and half, and it just stopped, and I'm about to start sweating. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. That was fast. All right, so now that I'm gonna be cool, so let's get into it. So the queen, we all know she passed 9/8. Now, when she passed 9/8, what was happening is literally the next day they had what you call it. They had a full moon in Libra. Was it a full moon in Libra? It was a full moon. I forget what sign it was. No, actually, it was a full moon in Pisces. My bad. So it's a full moon in Pisces. The age that we're in, right? Let me get to the comments, y'all, in a minute. Keep commenting, though. We'll get to them. Any questions, you can put them in the chat. I see them. I just don't want to lose my train of thought. I got a lot of slides, and I want to get through it. I don't want to keep you guys here all night. But so, see, I lost my train of thought already. But, let's see if I get it back real quick. All right, I lost it. So let's just go into the next slide, shall we? Let me just look at my reference over here. But you'll see these colors play out in different things, like I said, and you will see how they influence people. So she died on this is what I was talking about. She died on the 8th. It was a full moon in Pisces. Now, when a full moon hits, right, people think, oh, it's just a full moon. It doesn't mean anything. Well, full moons, there's usually more murders, there's more killings, things like that. It's literally called when you call people a lunatic, right? Or they are suffering for lunacy, right? So basically, that's that full moon energy. And people act up in full moons, right? People act up. You're going to get, that's when the exes start calling, right? That's when these things start happening, right? And also, there was a Mercury retrograde, which I talked about in the beginning of this, that we're in a Mercury retrograde dealing with transportation. Mercury deals with transportation, commerce, deals with transportation, commerce, communication, right? Technology, computers, anything that Mercury is communication, right? Anything that has to do with communication. So you communicate by travel, you communicate on a computer, communicate on the phone, you communicate with your boys, your girls, your friends, your lovers, right? Your parents, your sisters, your brothers, whatever. Deals with communication. So your communication may be off and you may not know why. You may have issues with the wife. You may have issues with the husband. The Mercury is retrograde in Libra, right? So these two things happen right around literally the day before these things happen. The full moon and Mercury retrograde happened the day after she died, right? So I have a theory that she been dead. I think she died on 2022, when Jason Lee from Hollywood Unlocked said she died, right? But for reasons which we'll go into shortly, you'll see why they chose this time based on astrology, what the significance is, how it ties into magic, how it ties into Kemet, how it ties into symbolism, right? Even Nicki Minaj in 2012 at the 2012 Grammys. Let's get into it really quick. Actually, let me check see what y'all talking about in the chat. Indigo Iridescent, shout out to you. All right. I got some new subs. Shout out to all the new subs. I appreciate y'all. All right. If you are new here, you didn't sub up. I think you guys are gonna love, I know you guys are gonna love this presentation. All right. In regards to the B system, Scarlet, she said, all right, let me pull some of these up. In regards to the B system of Scarlet and Purple, okay. All right. All right. So I think that's all I got here. Everything else is just kind of commentary. All right. So let's get into it. Let's get it. I call this the Lizzie pack. So when she died, okay, there was a rainbow over Buckingham Palace, okay? I'm going to talk about the Bible real quick. I am not a Christian, right? But I respect everyone for whatever their faith is. I was a Christian, and I made miracles happen when I was a Christian, the same way as I am dealing with metaphysics, esoteric science, and the occult. So thought creates things, words create worlds, regardless, right? As long as you believe in it enough, right? The thoughts I have what I call a T method, right? The T method: thoughts, emotions, actions leading to manifestation. You think about something long enough, you feel it long enough, right? And you start to move towards it, everything starts moving towards you. This is called manifestation. Now, you may think about a nice car, right? Let's say your dream car, right? You may think about it. You may test drive it, right? You may have it on your screensaver, on your phone, on your computer at work, on your computer that you play with, right? You might have the screensaver as your TV, right? These are things you do. Again, you go to test drive it, right? You meditate, visualize yourself in the car, right? You're thinking about how you're going to get the car, right? you start to move, you start to work longer hours, or you get busier at your job, right? Etc., etc. You take these actions, the universe presents opportunities for you to get that car that you've been looking for, right? I've manifested a couple like that, apartments, all type of things, just manifesting that method. So this is for physical things, right? So why am I saying that in regards to the rainbow? When if you're looking at the rainbow, you're looking at literally the same thing I just showed you. You're looking at the chakra system. Okay, you're looking at all the colors of the rainbow. All the colors of the rainbow are in the chakra system. The 7 colors, right? 7 primary colors, what they call Roy B. Give. Okay, so, and Roy B. Give is actually the same steps from red, orange, yellow, uh, red, orange, yellow. Well, no, it's not the same order. But anyway, Roy B. Give, right? But it's literally the same thing. So all these people were outside crying for the queen, right? Crying their little hearts out, right? For the queen. And this thing happened. Now, this lady, right, Miss Liz, is a don't sleep and think she's just a regular chick. This is a master magician. Okay? This is a master occultist. This is what you would call a witch. All right. This is what you would call a witch. Now, witches is not something that us indigenous people would actually use. We would call this a medicine woman. Okay? We would call her a medicine woman. Or we would call her a conjure, a woman who was into conjure, right? Now, this in the Bible, they said the rainbow was a sign that God would not flood humanity again. Okay, the rainbow was a sign that God would not flood humanity again. I don't think that this is what this is. I think basically this was created. Okay, this was created over Buckingham Palace. The queen was never here. All right, she was dead someplace else, which we'll go into. But they put these rainbows up, and it's a dual rainbow. Now, one rainbow, I think the strong one was manufactured. This is what I believe. I don't have any concrete proof, but I do know that these people have been controlling the world for years upon years, especially this woman for 69 years. They say 70, but it wasn't 70. I'll show you that soon too. It was actually 69 years. And she died at age 96, 69, 96. The numbers match and they're perfectly balanced. Like my man Thanos said, as old things should be. Okay? So, and there's a reason they puts the 70 in there too, because 7 is corresponding to the chakra system as well. Okay, the 7 chakras, right? And the number of God being completed in completion, and the God number of completion, right? So I believe this was manifest, but the second one was something that was not created. This is the downloads I got. And the second one was basically basically saying that this reign is over. This reign of tyranny that these people have, this reign of tyranny that these people have been putting on. I mean, this family, right, has a history of savagery, right? Lizzie was coronated and I got more, I know I'm going back, but I got more slides, don't worry. But Lizzie was coronated in Kenya. She got the news of her coronation in Kenya. I believe it was the 30s or something like that. So she was actually in Africa when she got the news that she was queen, in South Africa to be exact. Now we know what was happening in South Africa, apartheid. I was watching one of her old joints, because I went back. I didn't want to see none of the new Lizzie stuff. I wanted to see the old Lizzie stuff, right? Because I knew back in like the 70s, because I know there's still a little bit of truth in there that you could decipher. And they showed her when she was there, when she visited, and her handlers pushing little kids to go greet her, little Nubian kids to go greet her, right? So, and not only that, just the atrocities they've been doing worldwide, what they have been part of, you know what I'm saying? Well, we'll get into it. The military campaigns that they've waged, right? The psychological campaigns that they've waged using Christianity. They even have ties to Napoleon Bonaparte, right? France, all that, right? France, Scotland, England. Those are the main places. Let's continue going. So I just wanted to point this out. And I want to also tell you that this is a sign that good things are to come, right? A lot of times you hear these speakers when they do these decodes and it's all doom and gloom. Oh, you see the double rainbow? That means that they're going to put you in the rings of jail because you know the purge in Chicago is coming. Watch out, niggas. No, we don't do that over here. That's not what gods do. We think in the way that we want to see our future. We're thinking in the now for what's going to happen in the future, and we use the past as lessons. We don't use the past as a crutch to lean on. We use the past for lessons. We don't use the past to say, oh, that's what they did to us. They're going to keep doing this to us. They're going to keep beating us down. How are we ever going to do this? They got us trapped on all sides. We don't think like that. What we do, right? We go back into the past and find the people who triumphed in the midst of all things, right? That's what we do, right? We're not doom and gloom. The purge that y'all think is coming is not going to be the purge. But if y'all keep saying a purge is going to be in Chicago in January, then guess what? A motherfucking purge is going to be in Chicago in January because the collective consciousness, we all are breathing the same air, okay? We all essentially are drinking the same water. So the collective consciousness will say, yeah, there's going to be a purge in Chicago. But the rainbow tells me different, especially the second one on top. It tells me different. If you not only believe, but if you know in your heart that that won't be true. And let me explain, even though I'm going a little bit off topic, why this is stupid to even think there's going to be a purge in Chicago. Basically, it's a Baal law. It's a Baal law. So if I committed assault, right? If I knocked my best friend out, right, and beat his ass, right? He called the cops on me and he locked me up for assault. If I got enough money, I could bail out. If I shoot somebody, right? Puff Daddy in the 90s, right? Him and Sean got in an altercation at the club, right? Sean popped off, bang, 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 right? Attempted murder. That's attempted murder charge. Even though they didn't hit nobody, he was firing off. Attempted murder. That's the charge they gave him. Okay? Was Puffy in jail? He went in jail for a couple of seconds and they pulled his ass out. Sean was in jail for a couple of seconds too, and they pulled his ass out. Because when you have bail, you could bail out until you get in arraigned or until you get convicted, until you get sentenced. That's it. So all they're doing is saying, okay, instead of having you in jail until we sentence you or until you go to trial, you could bail out. Just like Sean did, just like Puffy did, just like I would if I beat my friend's ass, right? And went to jail and had the money to bail myself out. I mean, do you guys want Khalif Browder situations where you get locked up for a book bag? You get locked up for stealing a book bag that you didn't steal, and you got to stay in jail for a year, 2 years, 3 years, just to see a judge? You get lost in the system, which is what's happening to people. So what do you guys really want? Okay? So hopefully you guys hear my message that I think makes sense and take this out into the universe so people will stop saying this stupid shit, because it's stupid to think that it's going to be a purge because people are not going to have to deal with bail anymore, right? There's murderers and killers bailing themselves out, that bailed themselves out today, and people that assaulted people that bailed themselves out today. It's not that deep. Let's keep going. Queen Elizabeth dies peacefully at age 96 at Balmoral. Okay? Balmoral. Now, she didn't die in Buckingham Palace. She didn't die in Westminster Hall, where she was buried today. Right? I'm going to show you why I don't think she's buried in there as we keep going. But they say, now she has blue here. Okay? Now you might say, well, Ra, you just said that the colors are important. Well, blue is important as well. Blue is important in Freemasonry, though. Okay? Again, the 96 is important. All right? 9 plus 6 equals 15. 5 plus 1 is 6. Okay, you're gonna see this. You're gonna see this play out. This 6 play out as we continue going. And Baal morale. Okay, moral, moral. Okay, we all know what morals are. Morals are whatever your foundation is. Morals are whatever your square is. Okay, in Masonry they have a square and compass. Okay, in Masonry they have a square and compass. Hala Vegeta got it. Okay, he's on it. 6th year, correct. It's a 6th year, 2022. Okay, so she died at 96. It's a 6th year. The number 6 in supreme mathematics, those of you who are gods or were God body, know that the number 6 deals with equality. Okay? And if you study just European numerology, which is what a lot of people do, because supreme mathematics is black, is melanated, and people don't like melanated. As much as people talk about how they're pro-black and pro-melanin and carbon, they sure don't trust you melanated scholars that write books. They sure don't trust you melanated people that came before them and dropped hidden gems and knowledge. They sure don't trust these scholars. But let it be some Gnosticism. Let it be something that Sadhguru said, right? It's gold. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, we got to do better as melanated people, because we really don't love ourselves as much as we think we do. All right? This is why Gucci, Louis, and Prada and them are getting rich. Okay? So, Hollow, come on. Why you messing up my stream, bro? But he's on it. The morals of Baal. Okay? The morals of Baal. He's on it, all right? So let's get to the next star, since my man Hollow is spoiling everything. All right, so Baal morale, okay? Baal morale estate. So this is where they said she was just laid to rest. I just showed you, okay? She died peacefully at Baal morale. This is what she looked. She was laid to rest. Now, looks like a nice, quaint Christian castle. See the crosses right there. See the crosses. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. You see the crosses right there. There's crosses over here. Let me move myself. Well, there's, as you can, I ain't lying to y'all. There's crosses over here. You can see the tops of them, right? So you think this is just a nice Christian estate? I mean, what could be up? The queen was buried here, right? Oh, I'm so sad. Let's see what's up. Oh, what's this? A pyramid. That's right. A pyramid. Now, why the F would a pyramid be at the estate where the queen died? Why would she be at an estate where the queen died? It says, visiting the Balmoral Pyramid. Now, morals, principles, right? The square, okay? Masonry deals with a square and compass. We'll get there, okay? Just keep that in mind. Morals, squares, Baal. We'll get to Baal shortly. Visiting the Balmoral Pyramid, Scotland, a.k.a. Prince Albert's Cairn. There's something called the Prince Albert Plan. I'm not going to talk about the Prince Albert Plan because fuck these crackers conspiracies. Straight up. Fuck they conspiracies. Those days are over. We off that. You know what I'm saying? Mind over matters, niggas. Mind over matters. All right? Prince Albert Plan ain't happened yet. It ain't gonna happen. What's your plan? That's what's most important. So, visiting the Balmoral Pyramid, Scotland, aka Prince Albert's Cairn. Okay? So these cairns, Kairn, are interesting. So this pyramid is sitting here chilling in the middle of effing nowhere, right behind the estate. Let's keep going. Okay, so it says Balmoral Cairns, all right? So it says there are 14 stone cairns on the Balmoral estate in Deeside, Scotland, including a single cairn on the adjoining Birkhall estate. These cairns commemorate members of the royal British family and events in their lives. The majority of the cairns were erected by Queen Victoria. Okay? Now, it says these cairns commemorate the marriages of Victoria's children, blah, 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 Prince Albert, blah, 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 Prince, blah, 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 Prince Leopold. You guys know about Leopold, blah, 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 hopefully, in the Congo, all right? That's what they're talking about. Prince Leopold, the one who slaughtered millions of Africans in the Congo, all right? Princess Beatrice, Prince Alfred, okay, again, all right? Now, what I want to show you right here, it says 2 cairns were constructed to mark the Diamond Jubilee. Let me go here. 1 second. I want you to see what I'm seeing. The Diamond Jubilee of Elizabeth in 2012. All right. This is going to be important in this lecture. The Diamond Jubilee of Elizabeth in 2012. 60 stones. Okay. She died at 96. 9 and 6 is 15. 5 plus 1 is 6. Okay. How Vegeta showed y'all earlier in his comment. All right. Diamond showed 2012. Okay. I remember in 2012, this was supposed to be the year Nostradamus predicted that we all were going to die. Okay? That's the year Nostradamus predicted that we were all going to die. But it was actually, or the world was going to change, right? So 2012, but obviously 2020 happened with the Rona. You guys see what's happening. Hopefully, if you haven't seen, there's worldwide inflation all over the world. Everything is inflation. There's some countries that have as high as 27 to 32% inflation right now. You don't hear about it in America because they want to keep you distracted with Cardi B, Nicki Minaj, BET Awards, the country awards, if you're white, who's gay, who's not gay, who's straight, who's not straight, the gender wars, the woman king, right? They're going to keep you caught up in this hamster wheel of fuckery, all right? But, so, this Diamond Jubilee, 60 stones, all right? Now, this Diamond Jubilee year is very significant. It says 1 for each of Elizabeth's reign were led in the village of Balata, okay? So, not only is it Balmoral, but it's also, now, what is this Baal, okay? What are they talking about? And it says this cairn was constructed by 2 dry stone master dikers. I try to find something on this master dikers thing. I could find really kind of scant, half-ass information. But I would say that these are pretty much Freemasons, okay? Dry stone master dikers, okay? And I don't have it here, but when they put these together, they don't use any like cement or any mortar or any mud. It's literally them stacking them together, right? And heating them and putting them together. It's kind of ill how they make them. But you can see that they look just like a mother effing. And that's one right here. Let me go into, 1 second. Go into the other string because I want y'all to see exactly what I'll be talking about. Okay, so right here, right? So this is what the current cairn is, right? They call this a cairn too, but obviously it looks just like an Egyptian pyramid. This looks like a pyramid too. But wait, there's more. So we've already come, there's these dry stone maker dikers, right? So we've already just discovered that there's some building going on, right? If you're new here, please hit the like button, right? I appreciate it. Please, it costs you nothing but a couple of seconds. Hit that like button and hit that subscribe button. The cairn was come to dry stone makers, dikers, okay? So there's some Freemasonry going on, obviously, right? They're building something, okay? The number 6 is back here again. She died in 96, 6. There's 60 stones, okay? Now, 2012, obviously, 2 plus 2 is 4, and 5. It doesn't add up to 6, but there's significant things that happen. It says this was unveiled by the Queen on August 8, 2012. She died, right? And they pushed this, right? They this is a narrative. Again, I don't believe by a shadow of a doubt, I don't believe that she died when they said she did. Okay, but this was unveiled on August 8, 2012. Okay, she died September 8th. So they say September 8th in 2022. Okay, so 10 years and a month later, right? 10 years and a month later. Let's continue. And you could say that 10 and that 1, that could add up to 11, right? But we ain't going to go there right now. I don't want to get too esoteric. Baal. Who is Baal? Now, this is the Baal Mora state, right? We saw the Baal Mora state. We saw they were at Baal Atter. We saw they were at Baal Mora Karens, all right? Let me minimize this. Make sure y'all are with me. All right, y'all still with me? Okay, perfect. All right, so Baal. In ancient times, it says origin, Canaan, Phoenician. I'm up here on the right. Role, fertility, sun and storms. Symbols, lightning, bolts and horns. Parents, El and Asherah. Okay? In ancient times, Canaan and Phoenicia. Now, Canaan, right? I'm not talking about 50 Cent's character on Stars, right? We're not talking about 50 Cent's character on Stars and Power, right? Canaan Stars. Canaan was actually a land with melanated or melanated people, right? I hate to use the term black because black is a color and we're way beyond a color, right? We're actually a light code frequency, right? So when you say melanated, right? EU, if you look at the table of elements, EU is if you could flip the vowels, A-E-I-O-U, right? You could always flip vowels when you're translating language. So in the table of elements, AU is gold, right? But EU is on U melanin, right? So people think it's just the melanin that you have and the carbon and all that stuff. But there's different forms of melanin. There's neuromelanin, there's regular melanin that gives you pigment. But everybody has melanin, right? Everybody has melanin. So anyway, Canaan was a U-melanated place, right? So was Phoenicia. And Phoenicia, I'm not going to go super deep into the history of it, but you will, if you study these areas, right, and do some research, basic research, you'll see that a good book, I always recommend this book, but for my new people, Metal Netter Volume 1, if you look at the first, I believe it's chapter 2, they break this down. They break down Canaan, chapter 2, the Black Founders of Civilization, right? And he goes into the history of Canaan, Phoenicians, and how they're all melanated. For time's sake, I'm not going to prove that here, but I'm sure you can find this over the internet. Most of you already know that you guys were the original Jews. If you don't know, right? And the Canaanites were the original Jews. Okay, so Canaan in Phoenicia was located in the area that now encompasses northern Israel, Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon along the Mediterranean Sea. Baal is a fertility and earth god of the ancient cultures and was later exported to Egypt, where he was worshipped as the storm god. Interesting that they say this when the Egyptian culture, right, or the Kemetic culture was actually before the Hebrew or the Jewish culture, right? Jewish culture or the name Jew actually came from people that were Jewish. That was their commerce, right? They were selling jewelry, stones, precious metals. This was the currency of the day, right? Just like in parts of Asia, right? Jade was used as currency, which is why people wear jade jewelry now, right? So they were trading jewels. They were jewel traders, right? And they also had high science, obviously, and knew the mysteries that came out of Kemet and the mysteries of the Egyptian mystery system or the mystery school. This is something you could read about in George James' stolen legacy. Okay. So it says the Semitic word Baal means Lord or Master, and the ancient people believed he was in charge of all nature-producing humans. He was considered superior to his father El, the chief of the deities. We're going to go into El. I'm going to show you El, and I'm going to show you where the Canaanites got the name El from. All right. So look at this guy. Take a still. Some of you may know where I'm going already. Some of you may not. But if you don't, take a look at this guy real close, and I'm going to show you, and I'm going to prove where this guy came from, okay? And what they're really concealing with using this deity, Baal or Baal, right? Which also sounds like El, right? Because it says superior to the father El. But I'm going to show you where this comes from. And by the looks of it, you should already know, but if you don't worry. That's why Rob Blackstone is here. This is the Kemetic tree of life, right? This is the precursor to the Kabbalah. In fact, I will stand on that the Kabbalah, right, which basically is they call it a Judaic tree of life. The word Kabbalah means, actually I have it right here. This is the Kabbalah, okay? This is the Kemetic tree of life. It's the same thing. Only difference is the Kemetic tree of life doesn't have dot in the middle, right? I don't want to get into the Kabbalah. I just want to get into how they stealing shit. So Orser, which is on the top right here, let's go back to the last slide, looks just like this guy, doesn't he? Orser is also what you would call Osiris. On this guy is obviously serious business if he's on the top of the tree, right? The only thing on the top over him is Amen in the Kabbalah, or Amen, which is what you say at the end of your Hebrew Judeo-Christian prayers, which you don't know what it means, but you're just saying Amen or Amen to close your prayers, but you have no idea that it literally means the hidden, the formless, right? The thing, Amen, is actually the waters of Nu. So if you look at these hieroglyphs, you see these signs. Another story for another day, but if you know what I'm saying about the waters of Nu, basically the Egyptian creation story, or what they call the Memphite theology, is that out of the waters of Nu came a hill. This hill was Amen. And this is basically frequency, basically vibration. And from that vibration came Ptah. And Ptah is the word. The Bible says in the beginning was the word was with God, and the word was God. So from that frequency or that vibration of that hill of Amen came the word, right? Your sound vibrates, right? Sound actually travels through the air and it creates air. It travels over air molecules. So Orser is an Egyptian deity that looks just like Homie. Let's do one more comparison, because somebody might be drinking it slow or smoking that good loud and they can't really get it. So this is Orser or Osiris, right? You want to say Osiris, you want to be Greek, that's fine. And this is Baal. Same nigga, right? Obviously. So, but obviously one came before the other. And this is where it comes from, okay? Now, it says Elizabeth, and I'm just going to continue to show you how this is all tied into Egyptian symbology and how basically they perverted Masonry and used the magic in Masonry for their own nefarious gains, okay? And they basically corrupted it, but it wasn't supposed to be that, right? Masonry is actually a derivative of the Egyptian mystery school system. The Egyptian mystery school system is where initiates, what they would call the Atefs, would go and study and learn to be master magicians or master manifestors, whatever you want to call it, right? And they would work and hone their powers, and they would go, and it would be on degrees, the same way Masonry is. Again, read George M. James' Stolen Legacy. They go into it in depth. You could also read, this is by Anthony T. Browder, Nile Valley Contribution to Civilization, All right. So anyway, Elizabeth assumed the throne on the death of her father, King George the Sixth. Again, that's six again. Okay. On February 6th. Six again. Okay. 666 is the number of a man, the number of the beast, right? On September 9th, she became Britain's longest reigning monarch, passing her great grandmother, Queen Victoria. Okay? So it says, she watches a carnival parade as she attends the Patrons' Lunch celebrations to mark her 90th birthday on June 12, 2016. All right, we're going to get into the look. Remember that date, June 12, 2016. Also, I'm on the wrong screen. June 12, 2016, right? So also, it says September 9th to 2015. So she died on the 8th. So if she died on the 9th, she would have done 70 years, but she died on the 8th. So she only reigned for 69 years. But the media keeps telling y'all that she reigned for 70 years. She reigned for 70 years. She reigned for 70 years because they want you to see this woman as a god, as a deity, right? That's why there's so much hubbub. There's so much people crying and people going crazy, people that are ignorant. I was watching part of the funeral. I was like, look at these motherfucking suckers crying at this woman that's basically snatching their paper, ruling them, doing nothing but manipulating their ass, right? And been manipulating them for years and have no clue or no idea that she's been doing it. So again, 69 was the number, right? So she reigned for 69 years, not 70 years. And she died at 96, right? 69, 96. It looks a lot like Pisces, right? 69 and 96. If you know what the sign of Pisces, I might, let me see. I have to skip slides. Yeah, we'll get to it. But when you see the sign of Pisces, you're going to see that 69 and what I'm talking about, and that 96, right? If you know what the sign of Pisces looks at, the astrological sign, you're already ahead of the game. But June 12, 2016, right? So let's get into it. April 21st, 2016, right? Prince died. Okay? 2016. So 2016, she was at, let's go back, 2016, right? She was celebrating her 90th birthday. Okay? She died at 69. So now there's a 9 in play. 6 looks like 6 or 9. You can reverse them, right? You can reverse the 6 to the 9. They could be either or, right? So let's continue, all right? So 2016 is something very important, okay? She was the longest reigning monarch in 2015, but in 2016 she turned 90, all right? April 21st, 2016. Even though I'm exposing this, I rest in power to Prince, because it's so fucked up, man, that, they took the god out, man, and you know what I'm saying, he didn't deserve this for what they used him as a sacrifice for, which was basically her birthday, and to keep her alive just a little bit longer, right? And to vamp enough energy. Now, one thing about it is you have what's called an electromagnetic field, right? And what these people are able to do is they're able to basically construct a circle, right? They're able to construct an occult circle. There's a good book on that. It's very hard to find. I shouldn't even show. I'm gonna show you. Fuck. If you could get your hands on this, even though it's called modern witchcraft, it's written in a lot of ancient language, but they talk about Atames and different language. You just gotta research the language, but there's a lot of magic, a lot of occultism in here that most people don't know about, right? And this is how it's kind of able to decipher how they're able to harness energy. See, people talk about loosh farms and people talk about, whatever their archons, but people don't have any real reference to what they're doing, right? This book shows you. And basically what they do, they construct a circle, right, with certain alchemical symbols, and they chant. And being that Prince was an artist, they'll play his music, right? The same thing you should be doing if you are an occultist, or not even, I don't even want to say an occultist, right? If you're a esoteric thinker or a metaphysician, right? When you're doing your rituals, your full moon rituals, your new moon rituals, you might be doing solar rituals, right? You should have music playing. Whenever you see any indigenous ritual, they have music playing, right? They're burning some type of herb, right? Usually they sacrifice, well, I don't want to say sacrifice animal, that might turn people off, but that's what happens. It's real. Just like people tell me, oh, rings of power, or I'm like, yo, there's a lot of there's a whole lot of underage things happening here on Rings of Power, and people like, well, that's how the book is. But the book is a fantasy. It's not based on historical accuracy. So why does this fantasy have to transfer to the big screen? And why in such a sexually, if you guys have watched not Rings of Power, sorry, I'm talking about what's the dragon one? Let me look at the comments. What's the dragon? The one with the dragon. House of Dragons, right? House of Dragons. Shout out to Next to This Pineapple. Let's see if anybody else see it. I want to watch the playback on John Dawes. All right, Indigo, I appreciate it. So they basically create a circle, right? They play, and when you're doing your ritual, you should do the same thing. You could have a circle if you want, but when you are lighting your candles or whatever you're doing, ritualistically, again, you could find finding spells nowadays, or doing spell work, or how to do a spell is not hard. What's hard is learning what's the most difficult time is knowing when to do it, because it's like planting. You could plant a seed in the winter, right? And it's not going to grow, right, until maybe the spring. Or you could plant, or it may not grow at all because it's not on fertile soil, right? But if you plant a seed in fertile soil, right, in the spring, you're going to get crops developing quicker, right? If you plant a flower in the summer, that flower is going to develop quicker than if you planted it in the winter, or if you planted it in the dead of fall, right? So there's a time for everything. So full moons, new moons, solar flares, right? You do your rituals, right? But what they do, they create a circle, big ass circle. They all sing, chant around certain words of power, right? Certain words of power. Again, you could get this book. You know what some of the words of power are, right? But there's a lot more that you just download, and these people have been passing this information down forever. And they basically are able to harness their aura or their electromagnetic field, or what the Cometians would call the Ba. And let me show you what that looks like, so you could see that it could actually be trapped. Like you could trap somebody's spirit when they die. Let me show you from the Kemetic perspective. I showed y'all this my last video, but obviously some of y'all wasn't here. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Bear with me. See if I can find it for y'all. If not, we'll just keep it pushing. But I think I have it. But I want to show you guys how you basically trap a soul, okay? And how a soul could be trapped. Once you see this visual, it should become clear how these things happen. So, and when I'm saying this, I'm not one of them people that's like, oh, every single celebrity or every single high profile person that dies, it's a conspiracy, right? You got to be able to tie it together, and it has to make sense as to why they would do it. What would be the purpose, right? Shit, I know I have this somewhere. Let me just do this. Hopefully it'll pull up the same picture. Oh, perfect. Here it is. Perfect. All right. Let's do this, guys. Let me go back to the screen. But yeah, there's some people who's like, yo, everything is a effing conspiracy, and it's like, nah, fam, everything's not a conspiracy. Everybody that dies is not because they're trying to take their energy. Now, Empire, the record label, I definitely believe that they are taking people. You know, they're killing people, and maybe not harnessing their souls, but harnessing their soul work through their music. Because every time one of their artists die, Ghazi and them gets paid. The streams go up, so they make more money. Ghazi's the owner of Empire label, PNB Rock, Estatacion. I mean, if you name most of the rappers that died recently, you know, Pop Smoke, uh, they all have ties to Empire record label. Okay, so say there are some things, but you have to know what's where they're harnessing energy or where it's just niggas being niggas. And some of these deaths is just niggas being niggas. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody is being killed for life insurance money or whatever. Some shit is just niggerish shit that happened. PNB Rock should not have been to LA. He should have not been to the. I'm not saying that they didn't. That is not a setup, but he shouldn't have been in LA like jeweled up like that. You know what I'm saying? I know where that Roscoe's is from the time. And when I went to LA, I wanted to go to that Roscoe's, and the person I was with was like, nah, let's go to this Roscoe's downtown. That one you don't want to fuck with. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even have no jewels on. So with him having those jewels on, you know, he was a target. Can't be bringing, like Jay Prince says, you can't be bringing cheese around hungry mice. They're gonna bite you. Oh, let me show y'all what the f I said. let me stop sharing this real quick. Let me share. So this is how you trap. This is how you trap a soul. All right. This is your what they call in science, right? I want to make when I talk, I don't want to just talk about some woo shit. You know what I'm saying? So let's talk something that you know that we could correlate with science nowadays, quantum physics even, and regular physics. So the shadow self, right? Talk about shadow work, right? We talk about the soul, but people don't. What is the soul? What is the shadow self? What are people talking about? What is that? You got soul. What? What is that? What do you mean I got soul? What are you talking about? The soul of my feet? The solar rays of the sun? No, we're talking about the soul. And your soul heritage or genesis is based on black body radiation. Everything here on Earth and in the universe that you could see that is made of matter, or you could see in the limited electromagnetic spectrum, we see less than 1% of what's in the universe with these two eyes. Scientific fact. So everything literally is dark, right? The real part of us is dark. If we can only see less than 1% of what's in the universe, the real part of us does look like this. It does correspond to black body radiation. Okay? This in Kemet, they call black body radiation, and you can look this up. They call that the Ka. Okay? They have something in Kemet and not Kemet in where the Muslims go for pilgrimage called the Kaaba, right? Ba and Kaaba. It's a black stone, okay? And a lot of Muslim or Islamic reference comes directly from Cometian teachings. We won't go into that now, right? So when a person passes, right, their ka, this is the ba, or the breath of life, or what you would call the spirit, right? Your spirit is basically just a vehicle. It's a vehicle to take you from A to B. Okay? Spirit is a vehicle. When you look at the rainbow, when you look at the Kundalini, this is something taking you from A to B. All right? So when you have somebody that passes, this is what's traveling. You could trap this, right? In a circle. Matter of fact, if you watch Sandman, okay, if you watch Sandman on Netflix, how they trapped him in a circle, it's the same thing, okay? It's the same thing, but different when your spirit passes, and if you are not oriented to what you should do, I'll get into that into another video of what direction you should go when you pass. There's people saying all type of things, but I got a different story to tell, right? And I'm gonna do it again with slides, all right? So y'all can see what I'm talking about. So this is how you trap it. You trap this part, okay? You trap the spirit of the person, and you don't allow them to fly to where they're supposed to go. And there's techniques and there's words of power to do that. All right. So let's get back to Prince. Where was I? Where am I? I got mad windows open. All right. So hopefully that made sense. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully that made sense. If that made sense, if I explained that well, that made sense, type a 7 in the chat. Let me know that I'm doing something right. Now, let's talk about the God Prince, all right? But type a 7 in the chat. Let me take something to drink real quick. All right, y'all fucking with me. Hit that like button if you're here too, all right? Helps the algorithm, helps this get out, right? I know people want to know this knowledge. All right, let's keep going. So we got to review because I went to something else. So remember, okay, 2016, okay, 2016, 90th birthday, 6 and 9, died in 96, reigned for 69 years. We've established certain things now. All right, let's go. It's her 90th birthday. Look at the color, okay? Look at the color. The color, she's wearing the color green. The color green is the color of the heart chakra, okay? Color green is the color of the heart chakra. Well, y'all can't, well, it's because it's the green screen, but color green is the color of the heart chakra. Actually, if you see that space, right, that's where the heart chakra would be, okay, right where your heart is. So the heart chakra is basically what connects you to everything or here on this terrestrial plane, all right? So when you talk, the heart, obviously it pumps your blood. It's obviously what regulates your heart rate and your heartbeat. It regulates your parasympathetic and your sympathetic nervous system, what they call the autonomic nervous system, whether you're in fight or flight or whether you're in rest or digest, okay? So with this particular heart connection, right? And just to keep it simple, plants are green, right? Plants are green. Unless, plants, wildlife, what we eat, leafy, things that are healthy, and the things that trap sunlight, okay? Things that trap sunlight or solar energy. Now we know that what the soul is, right? The soul is that black body radiation radiating from within you. So your spirit is not your soul. Your spirit is something different. It looks like that bird I just sold you. So now you have a clear understanding. Tell your mama and them, okay? The green is basically her using that to harness this energy, okay? What is the date? April 21st, 2016. 2016. Somebody drop what the math is on 2016. Let's add 2016. What number do you get? Somebody put in the chat. That's right, Hollow. That's right. Numbers keep coming around, don't they, right? Numbers keep coming around. Keep coming. That's right, 9. Y'all on it tonight. All right, let's keep going. So, Queen Elizabeth turns 90. Reigning Queen celebrated maiden milestone by turning 90 in 2016. Queen actually has 2 birthdays. The day she was born on April 21st, as well as a summer date in June called Trooping the Color. Okay, so the earliest side, and I will go into Trooping the Color. Why do they have something called Trooping the Color? Okay, Trooping the Color. And that played out today too during the funeral. But again, the date, April 21st, 2016. All right, there's a 9 there. Okay. Now, I gotta blow this up so I can see. So let me do this. Let me do this. Oh, I gotta remove this. All right, there. Let's do this. All right. So, so what I was going to tie this into is, I forgot my tie-in. Mess with y'all. April 21st, 2016, Prince died. Okay? April 21st, 2016, Prince died. April 21st, 2016, she was celebrating her 90th birthday. Look at the color. Isn't Prince the purple, the most purple reigning purple artist, perp god in the universe? She stole his energy. They stole his energy. They sold his energy. Again, April 21st, 2016. April 21st, 2016. Look at the color of her flowers. Look at the flowers that she has. Look at the purple flowers. They killed that man. All right? Ain't no such thing as coincidence, only confirmation. Let's keep going. So this is called trooping the color. Okay, trooping the color. As you see, this is purple. You see them in red. We'll get into why they're wearing red. And look at this, Book of Condolence, all right? This was basically for the queen, so they added this, okay? We're trooping the color. This is called trooping the color. So let's get into a little bit more. So, and this, I believe, this was also trooping the colors. They come together in June. 1,400 parading soldiers and 200 horses and 400 musicians come together each June. All right. So this is basically a summer solstice ritual that they do on the 21st, where they basically are able to spread the energy and spread their reign using color. See, when business people, right, look at the most popular, look at the apps, right? When Instagram first started, it was blue. When Facebook is blue, Twitter is blue. Do you think they use these colors, right? And if you look at Instagram's logo, actually, it looks a lot like this indigo type of color, this purple color, right? Because they want to keep your attention. They want you to keep your attention on Instagram. And Instagram is probably, besides TikTok, the second most popular app, if not the first. Okay? And it's all about what? Pictures, right? All about pictures. Your eyes are connected to your head. So it's all about pictures. It's connected to your crown. Let's keep going. So Pisces, right? This is the full moon in Pisces. And look at the Pisces colors. Okay? Look at the Pisces colors. Again, she died September 8th, the day before the full moon in Pisces. So these colors, I just showed you the Book of Condolence, the purple, trooping the color, the purple. And you see the purple right here. You see the blue. This would be the third eye chakra or the Ajna chakra. And this would be, the throat chakra, right? All different variations of the chakra system. Pisces colors, all right? Pisces, two fish, okay? If you look at these two fish, right, you could say they kind of are like a 6 and a 9, right? Coming together because the 6 and the 9 are interchangeable, right? If you look at the 6 and the 9, you'll see also that they're interchangeable, just like these two fish. The ruling planet of this is Neptune, okay? Neptune is after Uranus, right? Uranus is Neptune is a further planet out, right? Neptune is a lot of scientific significance. You see that there is a trident here. You've seen Aquaman, the movie Aquaman, where what he had to do to get his trident, right? What he had to do was basically shine light to get down past the demons so that he could get his trident. And then there was another challenge in the movie Aquaman. We had to basically talk to a serpent, right? That's a visual representation of Kundalini and mastering Kundalini. But we're not here to talk about Aquaman, right? Element water, mode mutable, keyboard intuition, 12 tiles. So there's 12 signs to the zodiac, right? We were just in the age of Pisces, and we are now in the age or entering the age of Aquarius. So the 12th house, right, or this age of Pisces, what they're basically showing you is that, or what they basically are using the energy for, is to not only enhance the legacy of the Queen Lizzie, right? And also Lizzo won a Emmy like the next day. Queen Elizabeth, Lizzo, right? Lizzo took the oath. Shout out to Hassan Campbell, right? Took the oath. She's in. Cardi B is in, right? We know some of these artists are already in, what Kwame Brown would call the go along, get along gang, right? Or these secret societies. But just because someone is in a secret society or is taking an oath to get in a secret society doesn't mean that they know all the secrets. You have to remember, most of these artists have handlers that tell them what to do, what to wear, how to dress, how to pose, how to look in the video, what type of treatment they're going to do for the video, what type of colors are going to be in the video. These people don't know. They have to focus on their art. They have meetings all day, right? They have tours, right? They have fans that they got to cater to. There's a lot into being a professional, successful artist, and it takes a lot of time, right? It takes a lot of energy. They don't have time to read Behold the Pale Horse. They don't have time to read dictionaries of symbolisms. They don't have time to understand what chakras are. They don't have time to understand what the Kabbalah is, right? Most are just going off what people who do know tell them. But the ignorance of us, most people, they say, oh, these people are worshiping the devil. These people who took the oath, they know what they're doing. 99%, and I used to work at Atlantic Records briefly, so I could tell you that 99% of these artists don't know what's up. They're being handled by people. So when you see these videos and you see these signs and symbols, it's basically them telling them what to do. It's somebody telling them what to do, how to pose, what picture to take, what the treatment's going to look like. And they're just like, okay, this looks cool. Let's do it. I don't know, but it looks cool. Let's do it. And the handlers are the occultists. The handlers are the spirit cookers. The handlers are the ones that understand signs and symbols and how it manipulates the masses. So before you're too harsh on your so-called brother and sister, right? Before you're so harsh on people that look like you because you think they're demon worshipers, please understand that there are puppet masters behind the scene that know way more than they do. Okay? So again, this Pisces energy is also a call to the era that we were in. It's trying to revive remember, European culture is on its way out. European culture as a whole is on its way out. Humiliated culture is on its way up, right? And not only just music and arts and things and sports and things that, are entertainment that's generally known, but our knowledge, our financial, you got Earn Your Leisure now teaching financial literacy. You got YouTube where you could learn anything that you want from people of all different races or cultures. I want to learn about stocks now. In the 80s or the 90s, if I wanted to learn about stocks, I had to read books by Warren Buffett, right? I had to read books by, these different stock magnates, or, people who understood that didn't look like me. If I wanted to learn how to get a trust or open up a credit card or whatever, I had to, 9 times out of 10, you had to go and read from a book from somebody who didn't look like you, or learn it from people who didn't look like you. But now with the internet, the computer, the Chem Pata, right? the dark or the darkness of Ptah, the hiddenness of Ptah, the Kem Ptah, the computer, right? Or the darkness of the word, the computer, which is what we're doing, we're communicating, right? In the beginning was the word, so the Kem Ptah, dark Ptah, we're computing, we're speaking, communicating, is basically, and even if you look at the elements of the computer, ladies and gentlemen, right? It comes from the elements of the computer are basically mined in the Congo. Cobalt and coltan are the main elements that power this thing, right? Also, a lot of inventions that for the personal computer, I forgot the brother's name. I think his name is Mark something. His name is Mark something, but he has so many patents on the laptop and personal computing, just developing the systems to make this whole thing run without melanated people. There's a melanated woman that invented GPS, direction to get around, right? But back in the 90s, the 80s, you didn't have those options. So things are actually getting better, even though it is getting worse in some areas. And the areas that it is getting worse are lessons. When you see all these people getting shot, even the scamdemic. Do you know melanated people created the most businesses during that time? They started their own shit during that time. Go on YouTube. There's a lot of people that have become 100,000aires, close to millionaires, even millionaires in the last couple of years based on them getting laid off in the pandemic. So everybody says, oh, Trump was this, Trump was that. Well, you got to go through, the gods say love hell or right. You got to love hell sometimes to come out right. You got to be at peace with what you're going through and find the solutions and not complain about what the white man is doing, what the government is doing, what your mama and them is doing, what your friends and them is doing, and you got to do what's best for you and your family if you have one. You got to follow your trail, your yellow brick road to your Wizard of Oz, and your wizard would be whatever your purpose is, whatever your purpose is here to do, okay? So the energy of Pisces is really about this intuition, and I want to talk. Well, I'll talk about this later because I got more slides to go. I don't want to keep y'all all night. Y'all know I could go. All right. Princess Michaels of Kent was spotted wearing the controversial brooch. Okay, so this is a time when she was meeting with what's her name? I forgot the one that left to America with the young prince. I can't. Meghan, I believe her name, Meghan Markle, right? So she came through with this. You could see this is a melanated being. This is actually a Moorish being, right? This art is actually called Black Amor art. Okay, it's called Black Amor art. And if you go into this book, this is the Negro rulers of Scotland and the British Isles. You'll come to an understanding that we are the initiators of the British monarchy itself. It started with the Moors, right? And then from the Moors, it came into some Europeans through what they call swirling today, all right? So they were swirling back then. J.A. Rogers, shout out to J.A. Rogers. He has a great book called Nature Knows No Color Line, and just shows how people been having interracial marriages, interracial sex forever. It shouldn't even be a thing. It's always happened, and it always will. You know what I'm saying? Whatever your preference is, it is. My preference is you melanated women. You know what I'm saying? That's what I like. But nobody should be shamed for their preference because it's happened forever. And you don't know who you've been in the past life, and you don't know what you don't know who you've been in the past life, whether it's been white, Spanish, Chinese, Asians, killer, terrorist, right? Well, you may know if you do past life regression, right? And if you do, you'll know that you've been many races and many things prior to this. Okay? So they said it was controversial because niggas don't understand their history and their culture. Okay? But I'm just showing you how how much they've stole. They stole Prince's energy, they stole Prince's essence, and they stole your culture. Okay? The king and queen and royalty, that's our culture. That's Kemetic culture. That's Babylonian culture, Sumerian culture, right? But it's Kemetic culture also, right? And they say, people are like, Samaria was first, Inky and Ulayel and all that. I get all that. I understand, right? But Upper and Lower Egypt basically mastered this. They took all the elements of voodoo, of the Enuma Elish and Inkian and Leo, right? The best aspects that they could get from the Dravidians, the Kushites, right? And they melded it all together into spiritual systems, right? And schools and universities, right? And created not only what we call the Kabbalah today, right, or the Tree of Life, but they created all these deities that correspond to nature, right? All the Kemetic deities have a direct relation to nature. For example, Yemaya is tied to water, Heru or Yemaya or Orset or Isis, y'all usually use the Greek term. So Isis would be Yemaya, would be Orset, corresponds to water. Heru, Horus would be the sun, right? And so forth and so on, right? So everything has these ties to nature, right? Ogun, Herakahuti would be tied to iron and stuff. So they're all natural elements. So when they say people are worshiping animals in Egypt, they just are ignorant, or they want to be ignorant, because at this point, well, I won't go into that. Let me keep going because I'll get lost in talking. So, this didn't come the way. So let's go into Masonic lodges. So we were talking about, I just want to show you, you can see these. Let's go back into the colors. All right, so look at these colors, Pisces colors, all right? And so Masonic lodges. So it says Masonic lodges are where Freemasons meet. These Masonic blue lodges, right? I showed you her wearing blue, Queen Lizzie. You can easily identify the Masons met by the square and the mass emblem displayed on the building, mounted on a wall or sign. Local blue lodges are organized under a Grand Lodge. Each state has a Grand Lodge, which presides over the operation of all blue lodges within that state. Joining a blue lodge is usually done by meeting a brother in the lodge that you are interested in. Okay? And what it says down here, you can't see it in the bottom, but it says, no man may become a Freemason without first being recommended by two brothers. Okay? So you got to be introduced into Freemasonry. So when you you don't come in like as, let's say, a Jay-Z or Cardi B or a Lizzo, or these people that took, quote unquote, the oath, for lack of a better term. You don't just get in, right? You don't just come and they say, oh, we're gonna make you, we're gonna initiate you into an order, or we're gonna initiate you into the brotherhood or the sisterhood, right? Of the Eastern Stars or whatever. It's a process that they come to you and you have to become successful. They're really looking for you when you become successful, when you become big, that's when they start to step to you. W Serious actually on Black Magic Channel 363 talked about how, as he started getting, because he was in the music industry, and he talked about how he was always thinking about conspiracy theories, and he thought about conspiracy theories so much that he attracted conspiracy theories to him. He attracted these people to him, right? These people that, want you to, quote unquote, take the oath. And I spoke to another person that was an artist. I ain't going to say his name, but he told me the same thing, that they will step to you once you start to climb the ladder. All right? Or once they see you have the potential to climb the ladder, right? Because it's all about the brotherhood at the end of the day. So there's the Blue Lodge. The Blue Lodge is basically a lodge where you first start, you first come. There's a lot of them in America. But let's go to this part. It says, however, there's a distinction between lodges. Okay, so we talked about the Blue Lodge. This is basically when you first start, when you first enter, when you first come in. So now when you see blue lodges around your city, you can say Rob Blackstone taught you. You don't have to be scared. You don't have to think they're doing any demonic worship or cuddling babies with their teeth or chopping up people, right? These people are doing mysticism, right? The same way your ass should be. But they're using signs and symbols the same way your ass should, all right? I always say when people have these organizations and they make them blackety black, the black this, foundational Black Americans, American Black this, Black societies, You don't see any other culture do that, right? Whatever they're doing is under another name, right? It's like, the eagles of the eagle foundation of America, or the Great Hawk, lodge or something like that. Like, they usually, even in sports, the Falcons, the Eagles, the Broncos, right? These are all animals, right? Animals are representations of emotions and states, emotional states, energy and motion, right? Everything that you consider negative can be found in the animal kingdom. Everything that you consider negative, anything, right? From the R word to deleting people, to deleting your own children, to eating your children, cannibalism can be found in the animal kingdom. Okay? And there's also good in the animal kingdom. But these emotional states are essentially animal spirits, right? That you have an animal within you. You're made up of a physical vessel. You eat animals. You eat chickens and cows and fish, right? Some of y'all eat even worse. You know what I'm saying? Beef and all type of things. Ass and let me stop. All right, let's go into this. So this is distinction between lodges. This is based on the ritual using degrees itself. Blue lodges are based on the rituals as created by the York Rite of Freemasonry. So I live in New York, all right? The original York is in Britain, okay? United Kingdom, all right? So there's a York Rite body, but the York Rite body is not the first body, right? It is actually the Scottish Rite was the original body, okay? So the York Rite is these guys wearing the blue, okay? So whenever you see these guys, you can say the York Rite. Even the Prince Hall Masons, which are the quote unquote Black Masons, they're wearing the blue. Again, Freemasonry is not all bad. There were Freemasons that were actually good people that helped during the civil rights era, right? But after the civil rights era, and a lot of the ones that are in there now are corrupt. Most of your melanated males are part of quote unquote the Boule, and they are part of this Blue Lodge. There's a few that go over to what they call the Red Lodge or the Red House, right? Let's go. So based on rituals, is created the York Rite body of Freemasonry. York blue. Let's continue. Other style is called the Red Lodges. This is based on the rituals of the Scottish Rite, okay? Based on the rituals of the Scottish Rite. The actual ritual used, now, remember, she was buried in the Balamar estates, which were in Scotland, right? I'm not going to go back. You guys can go back in the video if you want. She was buried in Scotland, okay? Why wasn't she in motherfucking Westminster Hall or in Buckingham Palace? Why was she there with the pyramids? Most Masonic lodges in the USA are blue lodges. There are thousands of blue lodges in the USA that are home to 2 million Masons. However, there are a select few lodges that are using the Red Lodge degrees. This is when you are on the 33 and up, okay? These degrees are based on the Scottish Rite, aka AASR rituals. The Scottish Rite itself is based on a degree system that originated in France. This system then migrated through the French colonies in the Caribbean. It says New Orleans, Louisiana, there are 10 lodges, okay? New Orleans has a lot of magic, right? New Orleans is a place that's known for occultism, that's known for magic, that's known for ceremonial magic at that, right? Quote unquote witchcraft. All right. In Louisiana, there are 10 lodges that practice the Red Lodge, aka Scottish Rite or French degrees. So the Scottish and French go together. We'll go more into that and still tie this into the Queen and their Freemasonic ass. Okay. This is the fez. Okay. Now the fez is worn. This is what they would call a Moorish fez, right? Now, this fez, there's in the 120 degrees of the God bodies, 5% nation of gods on earth. They say that Europeans, right, were allowed to study, but they had to place a sword over the head so that they would not reveal the secrets until they went through all the degrees of study. I'm paraphrasing, right? It's been a while since I memorized the 120 lessons, but it's been a while since I went over them. But it's basically saying that they put a sword so that they would not tell the secrets. Now, when you're looking at a moon is a reflection of, when you look at moonlight, it's a reflection of the sun hitting the moon. So the moon doesn't really produce its own natural light. So when the sun hits the moon, that's when you get moonlight, right? When the sun's not hitting the moon, that's when you have what, quote unquote, a new moon, right? So the moon light is a reflection of the sun. The sun would be a reflection of your soul, right? You have a solar plexus chakra. Solar plexus chakra is the light. What is the solar plexus chakra dealing with? Your focus. Whatever you're focused on, all right? Whatever you're focused on. And you guys see the King Tut head, you know what I'm saying? Right here. All right? You see it right here. Okay? Now, this is trade route showing important trade routes in Africa used by Tuareg merchants. Tuareg merchants, right? These are the people that are settling in Sudan, right? Sudan is like right here, okay? And or Sudan, like I don't want to say Sudan, because Sudan they have it in one place now, but basically like the middle of Africa. The Tuareg people, they say they don't know where they came from, but if you look these people up, right, you'll see that they look just like me and you, right? Dark skin. In fact, they even look blue-black, right? Indigo color. All right? They look blue-black. That's how they look. You know what I'm saying? And from my understanding, being that they don't know where these people came from, but they could trade their trade routes, right? If you see, it's going to Egypt. And the Fez comes from Morocco, okay? So Morocco, the Fez, is a place called Fez. So when you're talking about the Moors, right? Again, Morocco and Egypt is right here. Like, people be talking about the Moors, like the Moors got everything on their own and they didn't get the knowledge that they have from Egypt, okay? Fez, Morocco is right here. Egypt is right here, okay? And Upper and Lower Egypt, to be exact, okay? This is actually an ancient map. This isn't a recent map. So it's showing you these trade routes that they used to do. These people used to trade all the time. So when you talk about the Moors, and when people talk about the Moors, people got to stop talking about the Moors like this Moors is this fucking independent, you know what I'm saying, Marvel Avengers superhero collective, you know what I'm saying, that's wearing fezzes and just got all these mystical knowledge from out of the sky. No, they got their knowledge from Kemet, and when Kemet started to crumble, right, these people spread. They left. So the Tuareg people left, right, and still were doing trades and still had their knowledge. And I'll show you their pyramids shortly. And they went to Fez and dropped the knowledge. They went to Timbuktu, which was a school, and dropped the knowledge. They went to Ghana and dropped the knowledge, etc. This is Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, okay? This is how it was separated. Upper Egypt and Lower Kemet, Upper Kemet and Lower Kemet, all right? So they're not that far. Okay, so obviously they got their knowledge. If they have a motherfucking King Tut head, I'm using King Tut head. This is actually an Egyptian pharaoh or Shechem. It's not a pharaoh. Actually means calling a Kemetic king a pharaoh is like calling Barack Obama the White House. Okay, they were actually Shechems. They're Shechems, which ties into Bina or the Shekinah, because these people were master magicians, right? I'm going into some Kabbalah. Those who know what I'm talking about. But Shechem, Shekinah, right? Bina, which is the third spear on the Kabbalah, okay? Might be over some people's heads, but you'll see it soon. I'm getting to that shortly. So I'm showing you all this to show you, this is a red fez. We just talked about the red house, right? We just talked about the red lodges, okay? And you'll see, if you look online, many people that are European, Caucasian, that are wearing these fezes, okay? That have these fezes. At one time, they were even just a popular thing to wear, and it faded out. But when you talk about people that are in the red house and have this knowledge, you see them wear this type of fez. But you're going to also see this again. Let's keep going. All right? We're not talking about the fez here. All right? What I'm going to show you, this is the crown. I'm going to show you these crosses, right? Now, in this particular cross on her crown, there is something in the middle. This is like a red garnet stone, I believe, okay? You see she has right here the crown again. This is the crown again. You see the perp. Okay, this is her coffin. All right, you see the purple on the crown. All right, you also see these. Um, you see these New Orleans saint, right? These saint crosses here. Now I'm going to show you that this saint cross, right, comes from Kemet, Egypt, right? I'm also going to show you this cross comes from Kemet, Egypt, right? And I'm going to show you again that these people are wicked. And they corrupted and they took the magic and used the magic the wrong way. In fact, I was telling somebody this yesterday on my live. Shout out to Oni and Saru. Me and him talked on live yesterday on Instagram. And I was telling them that there's somebody named Sargon of Akkad. It's the story of Moses. Now, the story of Moses in the Bible is the story of a baby, right, going down a river, being picked up by a queen, and being taken into Egypt, taken in to meet the quote unquote Pharaoh, for lack of me saying the Shechem, what most people wouldn't understand. So coming to meet the Pharaoh, right, and being trained in the mysteries to eventually Moses. What did Moses do in the Bible? He basically defeated the Pharaoh and took his people out, right? The story of Moses is the story of Sargon of Akkad. I will show you that in another video. I didn't want to put that in here, but I just want to show you that a lot of these stories in the Bible, a lot of these are just Egyptian. We know that they took a lot of tales from everywhere, you know? So Caucasian people have been in the Egyptian mysteries. And when Sargon took it, he basically made a great state because he learned how to become a magician. Magic, nature, spirits don't discriminate, right? They don't care if you're white, black, doing righteousness, wickedness, right? Magic is magic. If I light a candle, I could burn my fucking house down, right? Or I could light a candle or I could light a candle. If I'm not light a candle, if I light my lighter, right? I could light a lighter, and I could do damage with this. Burn my whole house. Put it to somebody. Burn them. Or I could use it to light a candle. Or I could use it. You know what I'm saying? to I don't know, light a log in my log cabin or whatever, right? It's all what you do with it. So there's no such thing as dark magic or light magic, right? It's all magic is magic. Spirit is spirit. It's all how you do it. People have good spirits, people have bad spirits. There's no such thing as really dark magic. Magic is magic. Spirit is spirit. Nature is nature. There's good in nature, there's bad in nature. Let's see what y'all dealing with. Peace, Taylor B. Peace, Marjorie. Peace, More Soul Knowledge. Peace, Jarrell King. All right, I see y'all still hanging in there. I appreciate it. Hit that like button if you are here. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button. More is coming, all right? I'm in my bag, y'all. I'm in my bag for the rest of the year. So y'all go see more of me. But let's do this. All right, so these are the... Oh, I didn't even get into this, did I? I'm bugging. So the crosses, right? Boom, boom, boom. The crosses, okay? Cross, all right? Same Knights Templar, okay? Now the Knights Templar, we'll get into who the Knights Templar is in a second, but just look at the imagery, right? The Knights Templar, you've also seen something like this, the American Red Cross, all right? Whenever there's a tragedy that happens, who always asks for money? Who always wants donations? When Haiti, the earthquake in Haiti happened, who took the most donations? What did they build in Haiti? 3 houses? Where the rest of the money go? A lot of these tragedies. Ukraine, right? Early in the year, they was bombarding people with Ukraine. The world was going to end. We was going to get bombed by Russia. Where all the money go? Where all the money go? Damn near every app was asking you to donate money to Ukraine. Donate money to the Red Cross for Ukraine. So they're all linked up together. It's the same damn cross. that is on her crown, the cross of the Knights Templar. Okay? Again, we'll get into this. This is the red cross of Constantine. Constantine spread Christianity all throughout the world. Now, if you look at the red cross of Constantine, the only difference is it doesn't have this little spike here, right? It doesn't have this little spike here, but it has these same two edges on each side, right? Just like this is also called the Rosy Cross. The Rosy Cross is part of Freemasonry as well. Oh, I'm sorry, not part of Freemasonry, Rosicrucianism, all right? But let's keep going. So hopefully y'all understand the Knights Templar, the Red Cross, Cross of Constantine, they're literally all the same thing. We talked about the Red House, right? We talked about the Red Lodge, that the Red Lodge is a Scottish rite, right? It's a Scottish rite. Let's keep going. So this is, again, the Knights Templar cross. This is the Knights Templar flag. Now, notice behind the flag, when we get into the Nicki Minaj slide, y'all see how this, y'all gonna bug the fuck out. But the red and white, the red cross behind the black and white. Black and white, yin and yang, transformation. This is balance all day. This is the number 6 all day. All right? This cross has what they call the tetragrammaton in it, right? It also has the Appia, which is a wave, which ties into Neptune. I'll get into that to another video because Neptune is very significant to spirituality, but I don't want to. That's going to take more time than I'll be here for 4 hours. All right, and I just want to get into these tie-ins to the Queen and what you could do with the energy. So this is again another version of the Rosy Cross. Right, this will be a Rosy Cross. This would also be considered a Rosy Cross, but it's also called a Red Cross across the team. So the Red Cross. So you're really giving your money to the Knights Templars, which are tied into the Queen of England, which you'll see soon. All right, so this is the Rosy Cross. You see the middle, the tetragrammaton's in there. In the middle looks like a rose, right? If you look, you see the bar, right? The tetragrammaton is what they call Yad-He, Vad-He, what modern people will call Jehovah, but Yad-He, Vad-He is really just the 4 elements, all right? Earth, air, fire, and water. And this would actually be spirit. Again, another time for another day. And this is what really this cross represents, all right? So self-transcendence, communion, agency, embodiment, dissolution, okay? So when you die, right? You dissolve. You go into the earth, right? Your agency is what you will be doing here on earth, right? This is the side of mercy. I'm sorry, this is the side of what they call severity and mercy. And this side is dealing with communion and when you, of course, raising your frequency, self-transcendence, okay? So this is all dealing with the Kabbalah, but the Kabbalah is also a part of Masonry. People really don't understand that, but it's also as you continue to climb, right? And if you talk to somebody who has climbed in Masonry, they will tell you that this Kabbalah is there. If you talk to a Freemason, now, if you look, you'll see where it starts. It stops right here at Tiferet. This would be Tiferet on the Kabbalah tree of life. This would be Heru or Horus, right? This is basically what they would call the sun, or the sun in you, or the light in you. This would be your focus, okay? What are you focused on? Are you focused on transcending, or are you focusing on death? Are you doing things that continue to contribute to your death? Are you living in a death culture? Are you acting out in the things that are not going to benefit you? Agency, this is going to be what you are doing, what you are working on, right? And these different spheres, I'll get into briefly. This is, again, the sun, Tiferet. This is dealing with your will, all right? AKA mind over matter, all right? I want to smoke a cigarette. I want to go drink. I want to go party. But I know I have a paper due. Or I know I'm supposed to be doing this work. Or I know I'm supposed to be doing this research. Or I know there's something better, right? But your emotions, your friends, everybody's telling you to go. You say no. Right? That's will. That's really what willpower is. You're ignoring emotional pulls. You're ignoring the animal vessel that your spirit is in because this is not what you are. This is just an avatar, right? You're breathing in spirit, but you're really a soul. Say it again. This is an avatar vessel, animal, full of emotions. You eating chicken and cow and pork and all type of shit. Those have souls too. Those souls have emotions. So you're eating things that have emotions. This is why people recommend plant-based diets as much as you possibly can, because you don't have to take in all those emotions from these animals, because animals feel too. We all know that, hopefully. So the will, right? So the will is what's going to take you down here, it's going to take you there, what's going to take you there, what's going to take you there, right? Where's the will? Where is the will going to take you? Okay, this is the lower half of the tree. Actually, I don't want to go fully into the tree because I see I've been on here for a while, and I could keep going. I don't want to be on here for 4 hours, so let's keep going. But I have a couple. I have a old Tree of Life video, but I'm gonna upgrade it. I'm gonna upgrade it for y'all and do it different. So I'll break down the whole tree for y'all. All right. So this is, who is the Knights Templar? So it says Christian armies captured Jerusalem from, now the Knights Templar we were just talking about, right here, Knights Templar. Okay, who are they though? And why are there all these crosses attributed? Why does Ra have all these crosses and these crosses here? All right, and why is that cross on her head? Why is it the same damn cross? Okay. So, Christian armies captured Jerusalem from Muslim control. Okay. Now I have Moorish over Muslim because they're not going to tell you that they were Moors. They're not going to tell you that. And Moors, basically at that time period in 1099, was anybody that looked like was melanated. Was you melanated? Okay. Dark complexion, as Father Divine would say. Okay. And Father Divine would call, I don't even know what I'm talking about, so let me not go there. But Christian armies captured Jerusalem from Moorish control in 1099 during the Crusades. Groups of pilgrims from across Western Europe, okay, that's Scotland, that's Britain, okay, all those areas that we're talking about, started storming. I believe that's a storming. I don't go too far now. From across Western Europe started visiting the Holy Land. Many of them, however, were robbed and killed as they crossed through Muslim-controlled territories during their journey. Now, this is 1099. Now, look at 1118. A French knight named Hugues de Payens created a military, along with 8 relatives and acquaintances, called the Poor Soldiers of Christ and the Temple of Solomon, later known simply as Knights Templar. Those of you who are familiar with esoteric thinking, or the occult, quote unquote, will know that there's something called Solomon keys, all right, which are very, very powerful if you know what you're doing and know how to use them, right? Matter of fact, even if you don't know how to use them, they're powerful just on their own, right? As long as you know how to bless them, I should say. Now, look at the date, 1118, all right? Now it says medieval emergence of the Kabbalah. I'm going to tie the Kabbalah to the Knights Templar, okay? Then I'm going to tie it to Kemet, the Kemet Egyptian mystery schools. So it says modern scholars have identified several mystical brotherhoods that function in Europe starting in the 12th century, such as the blah, 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 the Eureka Cherub Circle was truly esoteric, blah, blah, blah. The first documented historical emergence of theosophical, right? That's just the study of religion or the study of spirituality, theosophy. Theosophical Kabbalistic doctrine occurred among Jewish sages of Provence and Languedoc in southern France in the latter 1100s. 1118, 1100s. Kabbalistic doctrine. He created a military called the Poor Soldiers of Christ and the Temple, Poor Soldiers of Christ and the Temple of Solomon, later simply known as the Knights Templar. Knights Templar brought the mother effing Kabbalah to the world that they got from the Moors. Christian armies captured Jerusalem from Muslim control, Moorish control. I showed you. I showed you. This is Fez, Morocco, where the Moors originated from, or Moorish science, that they've been trading. This is an ancient map. You could pull this up yourself. I don't have no need to lie to you to make a point. All right, so you'll see all these connections, all these connections, all these trades. So they've been trading not only things, it says trade routes, but trading knowledge. Moorish control, Christian armies, these Christian armies. This guy sure looks like he's a military man. All right, looks like he could be in Game of Thrones. So don't let nobody tell you. Don't let nobody tell you that the Kabbalah is some fucking French, white, British shit. Fuck out of here. Disrespecting my ancestors. Anyway, so this is called the Rose Cross. It got cut off, but I showed you a different version of the Rose Cross. And if you look, you see a motherfucking Ankh right here. Okay? I showed you several crosses, but this is the Rose Cross or Rosy Cross. It's a symbol associated with the legendary Christian Rosicrucian Christian alchemist and founder of the Rosicrucian order. Okay? I'll read it even though you can't see it. So the Rose Cross is a cross with a rose as the center, often red, golden, or white, and symbolizes the teachings of a Western esoteric tradition with Christian tenets. Oh, really? Is it Christian now? Is it Christian when it's a fucking Ankh right here? Okay? You'll see the Masonry as well, tied to the Ankh Rose Cross, tied to the square and compass of Freemasonry. This is the compass right here. I'm going too far. With the Rose Cross in the middle. Okay? Now, this is a goose. Now, basically, this is, again, this is the same INRY is hiding Yad Hey Vad Hey. If you transfer this into Hebrew, Canaanite language, Canaanite Jew language, Hebrew, you'll get Yad Hey Vad Hey, which represents Yad Hey Vad Hey is what we would call Jehovah, what they would call JHVH, what they would call the four elements. So this is the square of Freemasonry representing the foundation, right? This is a goose overlooking the chicken, all right? The goose, I've been on here long, so I ain't going to go deep into this, but you could get this and look up the goose. Dictionary of Symbolism, all right? Hands, I don't think y'all can see this. Hold on. Let me stop sharing for a second. Stop sharing for a second. So yeah, this is the book. All right. So this is the what's the name of it? Dictionary of Symbols by Hans Biederman. Okay. Dictionary of Symbols by Hans Biederman. All right. Good, very, very, very good book for breaking down signs and symbols and things like that. All right. Let's go back. Go back to work. We're almost done, folks. I promise. Thank y'all for rocking with me, though. Y'all could be any place in the world, but you're here with Ra. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new. All right, let's go into this. Oh, I didn't finish this. So, but the goose basically represents someone who is, they said, or a stork, right? It's actually a stork. They say the stork delivers babies, but it also nurtured in this particular symbolism, which basically them nurturing. So basically, this is them saying the Rosicrucians, the people that are stealing our culture, stealing our science, stealing our spiritual wisdom, stealing our magic. They're saying that now they're going to use it to nurture the world, right? the square, the foundation. This is the world. The compass is you circling the planet. Your perception as well is a compass. How do you see? You're 360, right? Look around, right? So the compass is you and your perception as well. That's why this is in the middle, because again, remember I told you this is the focus. So this is all tying in. Let's go back, and I'm going to go back and retie it, but you'll see this middle. This is Tipperet. Again, Heru. We already went in that, right? But I'll go back and show you again. Again, the rose right in the middle, okay? And right here, okay, this is a Masonic hall. All right, you see the 3 candles. This is also representing the 3 pillars of the Kabbalah, which corresponds to the 3 pillars of Masonry. Okay, the checkerboard floor, all right, is a representation of Masonry, black and white, balance. Okay, your square, your feet, right, your 4 elements on the planet being at balance. Okay, you got your money right, you got a good wife, you got a good husband, right? Got a nice home, right? You're living as an upstanding person. You're not caught up in Black Lives Matter. You're not caught up in White Lives Matter, right? You look at things you're not caught up in good. When you transcend being emotionally invested in good and evil and look at things from a bird's eye view, right? You're able to see what it really is because your emotions aren't involved. You have no judgment where you're saying this is bad or this is good. You realize bad and good, quote unquote, must exist. Good and evil must exist. The animal's kingdom does not have a bad and good, right? If an animal gets hungry enough, certain animals, if they get hungry enough, even kittens, as cute as cats are, as many cats videos get spread on YouTube, as much hits as they get. If a cat gets hungry enough and they are in the wild, they will eat their kittens. Facts. Infanticide, okay? There's somebody in New York, just a couple of days, drowned, rest in peace to their children, drowned their kids in Coney Island. Drowned them literally inside a fucking river. Animal behavior. So the quest is always to rise above the animal, right? So there are many people who will reach that level, and you see it's red, okay? The red house, okay, over the blue house. You see the blue is right around here because it's the foundation of the red house. These are people who hit the 32-degree level. In order to hit the 33rd, you got to enter that red house. You got to go to that Scottish rite, right? Not the York rite. Remember, Scotland, again, was where Queen Elizabeth was buried. We're not losing focus. We just decoding. And now you could look at some of these signs and symbols that you see in videos and stuff like that. And you could tell your friends, Rod told you. All right? Let's go. Now, let's first decode this. So this is the queen, what they call the queen mother, I believe. I didn't really find a source. I'm literally just saying that. But this is a picture from a real place, but I didn't find which queen this was when I did my research, right? So when I called the picture. So, but you will notice if you, when Cometians buried their, for lack of a better word, again, pharaohs or shechems, what they did was they buried them in a pyramid, right? And they left, and there's not everybody was buried in the pyramid. Let me not say that, but most were buried in pyramids, right? And what they did was they literally would leave their room, right? The room of the pharaoh decorated with whatever the pharaoh had when they were living. Now, people would be like, oh, the Egyptians try to take things back to the dead or take things to the dead with them. No, they weren't taking things from the dead. They understood ancestral communication. You can communicate with your ancestors. They're in your bloodline. They're in what you call your junk DNA. Angels are nothing but angles of light that access your ancestors. What you think are ancestors are some mystical fucking beings out in the world, that you don't know. No, they're your great, 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 great grandmother, your great, 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 great grandfather, right? And you could communicate with them here and now if you know how to contact them. If you had a great grandmother who liked to smoke cool cigarettes, right? You get you a glass of water, you get you a candle, right? Put a certain type of herb in there, and you put a pack of cool cigarettes next to that motherfucker, right? And you petition your aunt or your grandmother who like them cools, and she's gonna communicate to you in your dreams, or she'll communicate to you in on your day in your daydreams, right? Or in your meditations. One of those three mediums, right? But you'll get that communication. You could do that not only with people in your own bloodline. You could look, go back and watch Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. Scarlet Witch, right? Wanda showed you how to do astral travel, how to literally get in contact with anybody. And all you got to do is literally meditate, fixate on that person, have the right tools, all right? And you'll be able to do ancestral communication. For instance, I went into meditation when Liz died and communicated with her spirit. She's fucked up out there. She don't know even though she has all this knowledge and everything, she's trying to break a barrier that she can't break. And the barrier is past the Kuiper belt. And that's all I'll say for now. But when you pass away, there's a place you gotta go. And it ain't towards the light, it ain't towards the sun. All right? There's a place that your spirit gotta fly to, and it's out of this universe. And once you pass this universe, then you'll transfer into another form. All right? But we'll say that for another day. But my point is, the Cometians were the first to do this. They had the chairs and the tables and the pictures set up so that they could communicate with their ancestors. Caucasian people don't know about communicating with their ancestors. They used to burn the bodies. They didn't do this. This is not their culture. This was first found in Kemet. They stripped a lot of these rooms now and took the gold and the jewels and stuff like that. But any reputable Egyptologist, black, white, Indian, or other, will tell you that they had these rooms that were set up like this so that they could communicate with their ancestors, not so that these mummified people would take material items back from the dead. How stupid is that? But if you're a spirit, don't you want to come back to a place that you're comfortable, that you know? The same way you could go in meditation and astral travel to different parts, to the different versions of you in different alternate, people say multiverse, right? I say there's no multiverse because we have one universe here. It's called one verse. And there's universes within not universes, but there's galaxies within the universe that we haven't explored. So how I know there's not another Ra, you know what I'm saying? That's a multimillionaire with these same handsome looks, that's someplace in another universe, you know what I'm saying? That hates spirituality, you know what I'm saying? And might be busting his gun right now, you know what I'm saying? But and you could but getting out of just that philosophical, just on a regular basis. I ran this experiment myself. I told y'all, me and my homie Tab, I was like, yo, try to find me, meditate and try to find me. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna meditate and try to find you. What I didn't tell Tab was that I was gonna wait for about 5 to 7 minutes to see if I just felt the energy. And I did. I felt that motherfucker in my spirit, literally. You know what I'm saying? I felt them in my spirit. And when I talked to them, they felt me when I was in their spirit, right? So imagine when between 3 and 6 a.m., right? You got ops, you got enemies. Between 3 and 6 a.m., I'm giving y'all some juice tonight. Between 3 and 6 a.m. or 2 and 6 a.m., right? When people are normally sleeping, you got this person at your job fucking with you, right? And they sleep. You could do a lot, man, to that motherfucker in their sleep. And they'll wake up with a headache. They'll lose their job doing something stupid the next day. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of, you'll get a position you wasn't supposed to get at the job because you done planted it in his head while he was sleeping, or her head. That's what this science is. That's what this science is really about. Okay? That's what this is. This is spirit communication. This is dealing with the unseen. But you can't see air, but you damn sure know you're breathing it. You know what I'm saying? This is dealing with the unseen world, the spirit world. And the word Latin spiritus, as I always say, means to breathe or breath or wind. Okay? And solar wind, there's something called solar wind that emanates from the sun. So is the sun powering the spirit? Is that the reason why they're depending on Tipperet or Horus or Heru, this particular, is that why they revere it so much? Is that why in the middle of, that's why? Is that why? Is the cross what you thought it was? What you think it is? Y'all see that? So this is what this is. You see the pictures. There's 3 pictures here, 3 pillars. Okay. Go back real quick. See 3 pillars right here. 1, 2, 3. Uno, dos, tres. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Middle, middle, middle. Let's go back again. All right. Rosy Cross. You see it? See it? See it? Okay. See it? Y'all with me? Y'all with me? Hollow says she's still alive. Okay. Okay. I've seen different. I'll say that. I'll say that. People say she's still alive. All that reptilian talk and all that, you know. There was a show, late 80s, early 90s, called V, right? And V, what happened in V was basically the people were revealing themselves in their shows to be reptiles, right? And all of a sudden now, you know, you see, now I'm getting older, I'm hearing a lot of people talking about, oh, the queen was a reptile, or the kings, they're reptilians, they're shape-shifting reptilians. You're telling me that these Caucasians, this woman that's been ruling for 60 years, got inaugurated in South Africa, spent a year in South Africa before she got inaugurated. I'm sure has been told, studied, used, abused niggas, not just there, but worldwide. You think she has to shapeshift? Do you know you have something called the R complex that connects your brain, your spine, to your cerebrum, or your cerebellum, I should say? It's called the reptilian complex. It deals with your moves, right? Deals with your sensations. It's the least evolved, but it's called the reptilian brain because that is the worst part of you if you just respond like an animal to instinct, which is what basically a reptile does. You can't reason with a reptile. You can't reason with an animal. You can't tell them, oh, please be nice to me today. It's just going to strike. It's just going to attack. It's just going to do it's just going to do what it does. It's going to do what it does, what it's programmed to do, basically, what its algorithm is, what its spirit is. So there's a spirit in the snake, which is why snakes are used in so much symbology, because it's a spiritual medium. It's a spirit. There's a spirit in that snake. There's a different spirit in a snake than there's a spirit in a dog, than there's a spirit in a lion. They act different. They have a different spirit, but they run strictly on that spirit. So when someone is a reptilian, they are acting like a motherfucking snake. They're sneaky, they're slithery, right? They don't have a moral complex. They can't be reasoned with. Go look up V. I'm not making this up. And go study the R complex in your own brain. This is why we call this knowledge of self. Not knowledge of what's going on in the world. Not knowledge of Now, everybody has their own mission. Don't get me wrong, right? But if you're really about knowledge yourself, you really got to study yourself. You got to study your body. You got to understand what you're talking about. You come up to somebody that's really smart, you talk about these people are reptiles, they're going to look at you like you have an inferiority complex. Like I be looking at some of y'all online. These crackers ain't more supreme than you. At all. No disrespect. These crackers ain't more, but I mean with all strength that these crackers are not more stronger than you at all. Y'all built civilizations. Your ancestors built civilizations. Still create to this day. What would America be without you melanated people? This shit would be dry as fuck. This shit would not be prosperous, nothing. The world depends on the labor and the creativity of you melanated people. Most European people are just bean counters. They don't even have these moral scruples. It's all math. It's all left brain, math, logic, reason. There's no holistic right brain thinking. They're not thinking about what's happening to you. There's no Ubuntu. As I am, we are. There's no ma'at. Giving without the expectation of receiving. Love, compassion. So when I hear the queen was a reptile, I hear that you don't know you're God. I hear that you don't know you're a divine being. I hear that even if they were motherfucking reptiles, you're still more powerful than them because they do not contain the power that you have. And I don't care how much magic she knows. She doesn't have enough melanin to be able to be more magical than you. I'm talking about physical you melanin, be able to convert light to energy. And this is not to say because you're melanated, you're superior either. Because if you don't do any work, she will rock you. And they will rock you as they've been rocking us for the last 69, 70 years and above. But those times are over because we're waking up to who and what we really are. But we got to stop being scary. We got to stop making these motherfuckers these big mythological figures that are bigger than life. They stealing your culture. Look at this. This is your culture. This is your culture. Purple. Wearing purple. Royalty. Kings and queens. This ain't this. She a reptile, shapeshifting. Show me. Let me see it. Only thing she's shapeshifting is your consciousness to make you think that there's some superhuman Marvel villain. Fuck out of here. I'm sorry. How Farrakhan say, I'm passionate. It's just my passion. It's just my passion. Is ruling in the genes. All presidents, bar one, are directly descended from medieval English king. All right? So, George Washington, George Bush, many presidents descend from kings of England, including your boy Barack Obama, including your boy Donald Trump, including your boy Joe Biden right now, who is a big-time Jesuit. Jesuits tied to the papacy, tied to Catholicism, which is basically a cover, as I showed you, for all these Rose Crosses, Rosicrucianism, which is essentially Kemetic mystical science. Vlad the Impaler. How is Prince Charles, Queen Elizabeth related to him? The link appears Mary Tech, all right, who's grandmother to British current ruler Queen Elizabeth and queen during the reign of King George. Okay. Vlad the Impaler, the 15th century Romanian warlord who helped inspires Bram Stoker's vampire novel Dracula. Got his name from his favored method of execution. His reputation for sadism and torture made him a legend in his own time. Okay? So even again, magic doesn't discriminate. Mysticism doesn't discriminate. The things I've been telling you about in this video don't discriminate. Okay? This is why a person with no moral scruples can literally do the things that I just told you to do to somebody between 3 and 7 a.m. and do the same shit and fuck you up. But depending on who you are, they're going to end up fucking themselves up. And remember, whatever you do to someone, you're doing to yourself, because there was what they have called in the what's the name of that shit? Seven Principles. The damn, I lost the name. But you know, the law of vibration, law of rhythm, the Kabbalion, the law of rhythm. The pendulum has to swing back and forth. This pendulum has to swing back and forth. And we have a collective consciousness. We're all breathing the same air. So whenever you are going at an op or dealing with somebody that you are dealing with on a mystic basis, make sure you are justified. This person's really fucking with you. If you're just doing it because you broke up with your homegirl or you broke up with your girlfriend, you broke up with your boyfriend, and you're doing these type of things, it's going to revisit you in some way, shape, form, or fashion. It has to. Everything in this world goes in cycles. Everything. This is why women now are on the rise, because men had their turn. All right. Now it's, you know, we had our turn ruling. The Incas, the Spanish people had their turn ruling. The Chinese, the the Chinese and the Asians had their time ruling, right? Now it's the Caucasians' time, and their time is up. Time is fucking up. But, you know, but these are the people that was ruling at one time. This is taken from, I showed y'all this earlier. This is taken from, again, this book, Negro Rulers of Scotland and the British Isles. Get that. All right. Just to show you how she's tied in again. So this is Queen Mary, dark skin. All right. This is Mary the First. This is Elizabeth the First, who they would call the Queen Mother. All right. And there is a show on Stars right now called The Serpent King. I didn't get into it, but it says, and there's something here I wanted to show y'all. I kind of forgot. Something about the House of Tudor. Where is it? But basically, right? But it says Bloody Mary, her mother was of Spanish origin, a people of African Moorish lineage. Okay. Second daughter, like the Stuarts of Scotland. Again, Scotland was a descendant of Kenneth the Niger through her great grandmother, right? And they have references here. Queen Elizabeth was not a pale woman. However, when they saw her, they only witnessed the makeup she wore, right? So the author basically has proof, but it says the king who suffered from this is Charles the First, right? What you call it? The new king's great granddaddy, right? King Charles III, that's taken over for Lizzie. The Protestant Negro Moorish king, Charles Stuart I, was the son of James V and his dark-skinned Danish wife, Anne of Denmark. Charles became the ruler of England AD 1965 following the death of his father, okay? And it says the king who suffered from a speech impediment married the dark-skinned Henrietta Maria as the daughter of a black-skinned Queen Marie de Medici of France. So the Serpent Queen on Stars is about the Medici family who are tied into Charles I, right? So the real Serpent Queen that's on Stars is actually a melanated woman. And I don't know how she's using the serpent because I haven't watched the show. I know it came out. I'll check it out maybe to see if there's some science in it. But whenever you're dealing with serpents, right, you're dealing with the spirituality really of Kemetic science, which is nature deities. Okay. And I just told you how you could see how the reptile could be used for what you call Kundalini energy or energy rising, right? It could be used as a symbol for that. Because again, magic isn't good or bad. It's black and white, just like that chessboard that's on the Masonic floor. All right. So you could use the snake for in the Bible, it's bad, right? The snake taught Eve, right? The book of Genesis is the book of Gene Isis. It's actually the book of the creation of the atom. Adam and Eve, or Adam and Electron, right? It's actually the creation of the atom. And if you follow me on Instagram, I'll drop a Sunday school on that, probably this weekend or this Sunday. So I'll go into that in depth because that has to be written about. It says Queen. Oh, so we're gonna. Oh, yeah. Let's get into Nicki. I forgot why. There's something I want to talk about the Tudors, but I don't know where, or maybe I got it covered or something like that. But it ties Elizabeth the first. Now you see she's here, and they're saying she's a dark-skinned woman, and she was married to Kenneth the Niger, which Nigeria, right? Nigger. All right. So this is what she looks like here, but they're saying she wore makeup. Okay. So she's from the house of Tudor. If you trace the house of Tudor, you will get melanated people, and that's for you to do your own independent research on. This is Nicki Minaj, right? This is 2012, all right? So we're going back to 2012. This is the Grammy Awards, okay? Now let's revisit how we got here, how we got into 2012. For those of you who weren't here. Remember. Wait a minute. Hold on. All right, this is the 2016 stuff. Okay, now remember, the Diamond Jubilee of Elizabeth was in 2012. Okay, this is again where Balamar, where she was buried in the Balamar Castle, right? They say, but she was actually buried here a long time ago. I believe it's when Jason Lee from Hollywood Unlocked said it was, because he is gay. And I believe he had to connect with somebody that was gay that was in there and told him, right? And they basically hid it. This is my belief. I believe she was really died 2022, when Jason Lee announced it. All right? So, and the math just makes sense that they would keep it quiet. And since then she hasn't really been out in them streets. They said she suffered from COVID and she was just doing video chats and stuff like that. She wasn't out in the streets, and all of a sudden she just died. But again, so 2012, 60 Stones, Diamond Jubilee of Elizabeth II, the one who just passed. Let's go into the Nicki Minaj. I know this is what y'all want to see. But y'all should already be seeing where I'm getting when I talked about how they vamp Prince energy, right? So when Miss Minaj took her oath, right, and joined into the club, she had to do a ritual, as they all do. Okay, you can't, when you see these women cutting their hair, all the Doja Cats and they're doing humiliation rituals. All right, it really depends on the brotherhood and what they want you to do to get in. Okay. So they're doing, because you got to humble yourself. You got to come in humble. You can't come in with all this pride and ego, because we got to strip you. It's like the army. It's like the military. You can't come in. You come into the military all cocky, whatever. They're designed to break that down so you could be a good soldier, so you can follow orders. And don't you think it's quite ironic that Miss Minaj is coming out right after she's coming out with music, right around this time when the Queen died? She knows something about energy harvesting too. She knows something about the Baal and the Ka too. She knows something about utilizing energy and maybe drawing these circles. Maybe she's been in one of these rooms. Who knows? I don't. But I do know the signs and symbols of what the fuck I'm looking at right now, right? This is her. She's with the Pope, okay? She's wearing Versace. This is a big ass Medusa, okay? Medusa is a black woman with dreads, okay? This is why they say when you see her, men would turn to stone, because she was so beautiful with her dreadlocks that men would stand and get stuck. It's similar to a beautiful woman walking past a construction site. Everybody in wearing red. Everybody's going to stop their construction work. She walking by, titties bouncing, ass bouncing, pretty face, nice tight red dress, red lipstick. You're going to stop what you're doing to look at her. You're going to be still. You're going to turn to stone. Not only is your body, but maybe your hind parts, right? Your lower parts, right, will turn to stone. So this is the Versace logo right here, okay? The Versace, the logo. So she's wearing this, but it's also a representation of the queen in this sense, and her reach, okay? The dreads, the Hydra, right? Or the Medusa, or that Hydra type of energy, right? Where a Hydra would connect or be connected to all things. If you watch Marvel movies, Captain America in particular, you know, it's always a Hydra theme. And whenever they kill one, you know, it's Hydra forever. You know, you kill one, but you can't kill us all. Hydra's in all everything. You know what I'm saying? So it's the same type of again, you can use it for good or you can use it for bad. Black and white, right? It's all up to you. It's all up to your focus, your Tiferet, your Heru, your guiding light, your will. What do with thou wilt? Even though fuck Aleister Crowley, you know what I'm saying? But do what I don't believe in that do what thou wilt, because if you do what thou wilt, you'll fucking shoot heroin or take crack or fucking smoke yourself or drink yourself or beat your girl to death or whatever the case is, because you're thinking, oh, Aleister Crowley said do what thou wilt. Aleister Crowley, who was an occultist, died in a motherfucking boarding house broke. How magical was he really? He died in a broke down boarding house broke. How magical was he really? Because if you're magical, from what I've seen and what I've shown you, these people have castles and they're dominating the earth. And they're doing well. They're comfortable. Not to say that you have to be rich to be spiritual, but one thing's for sure, two things for certain. As the Christians say, God will provide, right? You will be able to have opportunities. Even if you are going through something now, there will be opportunities for you to get yourself back on track and to get yourself, get your money. Now, what you do with those opportunities is up to you. Okay, that's your Tiferet, that's your Haru, that's your will. All right, what you focus on is up to you. But you will have opportunities if you're doing the work. Sometimes we squander those opportunities by not doing the work. All right. Sometimes we want things to come magically. We do a money spell. You light some candles. You want shit to magically come out the sky. Right. It don't work that way. What service are you providing to somebody? How are you helping somebody? All right. Let's go. Because damn, I've been on here for a minute, 9 to 10. Yeah, I've been on here over 2 hours. All right. I'm going to try to shut this down by 12. So we got this. We got Nicki. You see the 3 pillars right here. We've been talking about 3 pillars all video. Hopefully I don't have to go back. Go back in the video. All right. You see it, the black and white. Looks like she's being worshipped. Okay. I showed you the black and white on the Knights Templar cross. Okay. And she drops an album. When did she drop this album? This is the 2012 Grammys, by the way. Not the album, but all this is the 2012 Grammys when she was doing the ritual to get in. And again, she brought the Pope with her, which is also tied to whenever you see Catholicism, you might as well just say France. You might as well say the UK, Britain, Scotland, right? Or all that. Or they're all tied together. They all are doing the same things. They're all under these same mystery systems, right? France has the Eiffel Tower, which is basically nothing but a fucking pyramid. It's basically a pyramid. In fact, Paris is per Isis. So it's based on or set, right? That's why there's a big motherfucking, that's why even in the Vatican there's a big motherfucking Tekken or big obelisk or what you would call the Washington Monument. Because it's all stolen shit, stolen magic, right? Phallic symbols of dominance and control, and raising your consciousness to be not only smarter, wiser, but more spiritually adept than anyone else. But there's a limit to magic when you are using it nefariously, right? Because you're only going to get so far, right? And that's really where the understanding of the tree of life will come in. But again, I don't want to be on here forever. So yeah, so she dropped this Queen album in 2018. But again, this is tied into the 2012 Diamond Jubilee. All right. So she's using that 2012 Diamond Jubilee when they dropped those 60 stones for Queen Elizabeth, and she got blessed. And they were able to use that energy, which looks like that motherfucking thing, that pyramid, right? That I showed y'all earlier. And it's all tied in. The black and white checkerboard floor, she got the black and white on. And look, she has on an Egyptian headdress, a Kemetic headdress, and she's calling herself Queen. Also, look at the position of her knee. Okay, we'll get into that shortly. Let's go. This happened in Virgo season. Virgo is the virgin, okay? The maiden, okay? The maiden. What a perfect time for a queen to die. During Virgo season, to die, to have her death in Virgo season, the virgin, the maiden. How motherfucking poetic. People will tell this tale of the queen with the rainbows over Buckingham Palace for centuries. These people don't think the next 2 years, the next year, day to day. They're thinking 10, 20, 100, 200 years in advance. Marvel plans their movies 10 years in advance. You think these governments, or you think something as powerful and something as long-standing as the royal family and the British monarchy, they don't have a plan? Look at the colors, okay? This is, again, Virgo. Look at the colors of this, all right? Sumero, Babylonian name, the furrow. I could get into the furrow, but again, I'll be going too long decoding that. Look at the constellation. It's a pyramid. It's a pyramid. Where they bury Shorty? What I showed y'all earlier? Where they bury Queen Lizzie? Oh, that at Balmoral Estates, pyramid, Balmoral pyramid, Karens, right? Called them a Karen, pyramid. I ain't making this up, folks. I'm just showing y'all. Oh boy, come on. So, this is Virgo season up until the 22nd. All right, Earth element, perfect while she would be buried, or it's what they call laid at state, right? Which is interesting because the state, right, is a conscious. Is a state is like they call it a state of mind, right? So it's when you have a state of mind, there's a consciousness involved. There's a focus, right? So them calling it her being laid in state, right? It's an interesting choice of words. Ruling planet is Mercury. It was a Virgo season, right? We're in now. There's a Mercury retrograde currently going on. What's the house ruled? The sixth house. All right, we've been talking about the 6 and the 9. He died in 96. She ruled for 69 years. It just seems so perfect, right? It just lined up so perfect, right? Fuck out of here. This shit was a plan, just like the pandemic. All right, so the symbol, even if you look right here, the symbol of Virgo, you could say this is the Jesus fish, right? And you know that they're using Jesus. They're saying that they're Catholic, right? The British monarchy, when ain't no Christian morals or ideals in them. They definitely treating their neighbor as thyself, which is the highest, which is what the Bible, Jesus in the Bible said is the highest motherfucking law. They definitely ain't doing that. So we know they're not no Christians. Christians, it's just a cover, just like most Christianity is. For most people, it's just a cover. People are scared when they die, they're going to go to hell. So they say they're Christian, but they're not living Christian or Christ-like at all. Let's keep going. So this is a picture of Mary, Jesus, and Joseph, right? So we're dealing with the maiden energy of when Virgo season. We're dealing with that maiden energy. We're dealing with that virgin energy, right? When we're talking about virginity, right? In the spiritual or metaphysical or metaphorical sense, we're not talking about you not having physical intercourse. We're talking about you not having, you bringing something new, a virgin birth, something new. And this proves that Mary wasn't a virgin. Now, these pictures are cropped, but if you look at these, pictures, any picture like in the 1200s, 900s, 800s, you know what I'm saying, after Christ, AD, and you look at the pictures, ancient pictures, they all have these halos. This is Mary, Jesus, and John, right? Otherwise known as Osir or Osiris, if you're Greek, Isis or Set, and Heru, Horus or Jesus, right? Joseph. Why, if this was just this big virgin birth, right? Why the fuck does Joseph have the same halo around as Mary and Jesus? Why is he in the picture? Why is he in the picture? Right? Why does he have the same halo? If he didn't give birth, if he was not also blessed and ordained by God. See, this is symbolism. This isn't a real story of a person being born or having a virgin birth and the three wise men visiting him, right? I showed you the 3 pillars of Masonry corresponding to the 3 pillars of the Kabbalah, corresponding shit to your third eye being open. 3 eyes. You got 2 eyes and one right here, the pineal gland. All right? So, you see the same thing. In fact, Jesus looks a little more dark complexioned, a little more colored, right? They look more colored right here, okay? And the donkey is just a symbolization because a donkey does hard work, right? And a donkey will do what it has to do no matter. A donkey's just a hard-working animal, right? It pulls a lot. It just does a lot of work. So this picture is basically symbolic. And it's symbolic for when you are nurturing your will, you'll be led by higher forces. Osir is also on the Kabbalah, what you would call Keter. Okay? Keter. Or really, not really even Keter. There's more so Ein Sof. Ein Sof sounds a lot like Osir or Osiris. Osir, Osiris, Ein Sof, Osir, Osiris, Ein Sof. Same sound, right? Remember, we come from tonal languages, melanated people. So this is all a metaphor, right? So the virgin birth just means bringing something new. Virgo. So now you understand Virgo season a little better. And it corresponds to Set or Isis, right? Again, nurturing the will, right? Through meditation, through going within, right? The El, remember Canaanites, they said they worshiped the god El, right? El, we saw that earlier when we first started this conversation. This El is basically this chair. Okay, this is a throne. The throne will be considered the El. The queen sits on a throne, right? So she would be considered an El or Baal, right? You get it? So Baal Morale, or El is really El Morale, or really Set Morale, or Isis Morale. Set is the embodiment of the intuitive and instinctive faculties that lay deep within our psyche. I don't know about y'all, but I've been having some dreams. I've been having some daydreams. I've been having a lot of thoughts, a lot of new things coming to me, a lot of ideas, a lot of corrections, right? I was laying down watching something, and I couldn't even focus. It was just thoughts coming. You know what I'm saying? Intuitive thinking. Not only to mention, I've been going out pretty much almost every day at noon, getting that noonday sun. Noonday sun is a big hack. If you could get out and get 10, 15, 20 minutes of noonday sun, you come back in, recharge, and get many, many downloads, I promise you. Also, if you go out in the first sun of the day, right? Like today, I went out. I knew I was going to be doing this live, so I went out both times. So I'm charged the fuck up. Not only that, but I'm drinking chlorophyll. So the solar energy that I absorbed, like Black Panther suit, through this U-melanated vessel, now I'm also charging that light with chlorophyll, and because chlorophyll does the same through a plant. It turns light to energy. Also, if you drink chlorophyll, you'll notice that you have more energy, right? So I don't drink coffee. I usually drink chlorophyll water in the morning. So I have energy. And this is even before I started really doing these sun rituals heavy, right? Or what I call sun rituals, me going out at noon and me going out in the morning. Sometimes I'll miss the morning, but I try to catch that noon time as much as possible, that noon sun, because you just come back in feeling vainglorious. So, it says, instinctive faculties that lay deep within our psyche. So we're literally in an Isis or a Set cycle, okay? So they want your thoughts to be focused on the queen. They want your thoughts to be focused on Ray J, right? There's also another queen that's dying. Shout out to Ray J, speaking of him, Queen Kim Kardashian, right? The queen of pop culture, all right? Ray J's going at her. The universe is killing the queens, okay? But they know that this is the cycle of Virgo, right? People that are in tune. So what do they give you? They're giving you a woman king. They're giving you a woman king. Because people who, in fact, this faculty is strongly developed and very protective, caring, and nurturing. Okay, so a set is a mothering, nurturing type of energy. Okay, the same way you nurture yourself with spirituality when you're devoted, right? This feeds your will. When I go out and do these spiritual things, I'm literally being this child. Okay, when I go out and sun gaze, I'm this child. When I moon gaze, I'm in this child. When I'm following the cycles of the astrology of these seasons, right? And you don't have to do a ritual literally every single cycle. You really don't. You just have to be in tune with the energy of the cycle or the energy of the astrology of that month, and it helps you move better. It helps you be in tune. And if there's something within you that you say, okay, well, I don't really get a lot of downloads. I have trouble meditating. I don't sleep well. This is when you would work with this particular deity or set. And by working with her, is pretty much you might have a picture, right? You might be wearing blue and white, her colors, right? You could be, there's many ways, right? Lighting blue and white candles, right? And what you're doing is, this is not some, mystical out of the world. What you're basically doing is strengthening your magnetic field, but corresponding with the colors of this particular deity and the principles that give you that square foundation. Now you're doing your own masonry. You're building your own temple of Solomon, the soul of man, or the sun in man, or the Tiferet, that Heru, that light that rose in man. Didn't Jesus rise? Didn't I show y'all the Rosy Crosses? Didn't Jesus rise and resurrect after death, after 3 days? Aren't there 3 pillars in Freemasonry? Aren't there 3 days in the winter solstice when Jesus was supposedly born? Come on now, I'm tying a lot of things together. I hope you putting down I hope you picking up what I'm putting down. So you're strengthening your electromagnetic field. When they show you, I showed you earlier, trooping the color. Why are they trooping motherfucking colors? Because they know when you're focused on a certain color, when your Rosy Cross, your Heru, your will is focused on a certain color, that it activates your electromagnetic field, aka your aura, aka your toroidal field, in a certain manner. So the thing that you've been wishing to be more intuitive, to get more downloads, to get more insights into why things aren't working, why you're not getting the job, the career, the business, this, that isn't working, what you need to do. Now the intuition comes in. You know what I'm saying? I've been working with, can I say this? Give me 1 second. I've been working with Father Divine, right? And the way I've been working with Father Divine was a 1920s, I believe, 1930s. He was a preacher. And he was a black man during Jim Crow that had a white woman, which is unheard of. He married a white woman, and not only married one white woman, he married 2 white women. During the age of Jim Crow and segregation, he had an popular interracial congregation that was spanning in the thousands. During the Great Depression of the 1920s, he fed most of the people in Harlem. He was a multi-millionaire, $15 million to be exact, is what they said that he had at one point. This is not now when $15 million during inflation. He had $50 million that 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s is like a billy. You know what I'm saying? So, and I didn't seek the brother that, yeah, the communication's coming through. But I didn't seek him. You know what I'm saying? I didn't seek him. I meditated, boom. I was led to watch something, and he was there. You know what I'm saying? And then I meditated again, and he was there. Right? So I'm saying this to say that anybody that you will be led to certain things if you are tapped into these cycles, right? If you are paying attention to the astrology that happens each month, you have the ability to spin your chakras, to tap into the zodiac, the zodiac, the animal within you, to manage those spirits. This is why the Sphinx, right? Which is I'll get into that. I don't want to spoil my other video. But the Sphinx has the image of a head of a human, right? Or a pharaoh or a Shechem, and the body of an animal. And it is what? The animal is down and the head is up. Because there are animal spirits, and those animal spirits correspond to your emotions. Once you're able to manage those animal spirits that are within you, that are within this human vessel, now you're talking about godhood. Now you're talking about divinity. Now you're talking about real magic. Now you're talking about mental magic, where you don't have to think, you don't have to light a candle, you don't have to do nothing. You could be in the midst of prison and break the fuck out. You could be in the midst of the worst thing ever, and all of a sudden something just happens. I've been through several things in my life that are impossible. I can't. I remember, I'm gonna tell you a quick story. I remember I was dealing with a girl, right? And I was like, yo, should I be with this girl? Should I not be with this girl? You know, it's a crazy relationship. And the phone number of that girl changed into an ancestor. And, when you go change a number in your phone, you got to do it manually, right? You got to go in and, put the number in and put the name in. You might have to add the picture. I come one day and I'm like, where's this girl's number? And I look and I'm like, oh, this is so-and-so name on her number. And it was an ancestor who recently passed that I had put some. She was a weed smoker, right? Now, she wasn't my direct bloodline, but she was somebody that was cool and tied to my family. So I wanted to honor her. So I knew she was a weed smoker. I put some of my motherfucking loud right on her arm, to get the cards or whatever. I don't know what they're called at the service. I put some motherfucking loud right there. Put a glass of water and lit a white candle. So she was trying to tell me to stay away from that motherfucker. And she was right. She was right. You know what I'm saying? So intuition is the ability to acquire knowledge without what does it say? Recourse to conscious reasoning. Okay? So This is when you get direct downloads. There's no thinking involved. There's no, oh, should I do this? Should I do that? No. The download comes. It makes sense. You feel in your heart, right? You acquire the knowledge. This doesn't mean you'll be the richest person in the world. This doesn't mean you're going to have 10 women. This doesn't mean you're going to have the richest man in the world with the biggest penis. But it does mean that you will be able to be at peace no matter what happens. It does mean that when there's something crazy like a scamdemic, you won't be one of those people that's hopping up to take some Jesus juice. It does mean that when the stock market crashes, which is what I believe will happen within October or Scorpio season, I should say, I believe that the stock market will crash in Scorpio season. There's a lot of signs pointing to it. And people going crazy, you ain't going to go crazy. It does mean you will have the ability to manifest things that are considered, quote unquote, impossible based on just thinking it. That's what intuition is. Intuition, inner knowledge, knowledge directly downloaded from your ancestral line to you. Let's see what y'all talking about. All right, shout out to Major Re, Hollow. I ain't see a new tech in Hollow. Oh, put some of y'all shit up. Give me a second. Y'all still rocking with me? I'm 3 hours in. I appreciate y'all. All right, but let me. Hollow said don't mess up because I don't know, I'm a Scorpio. So he is Scorpio too. Shout out to Hollow Vegeta, man. That's my dude. He is a super supporter. Said Queen Elizabeth. Yeah, I hear y'all. You know what I'm saying? He said Mary wasn't what? Blasphemer. Yeah, Taylor. It's crazy, right? Yep. Captain America, New One is New World Order. Yeah, because that's the agenda. This is a good topic. Let me touch this real quick. Captain America's new one is going to be New World Order. They announced it during this season, during Virgo season again, bringing something new into the table. Again, when you talk about virginity, you're not talking about no sex. You're just talking about bringing something new, something virgin, right? Virgin olive oil, right? It's just what they call cold pressed or whatever. It's pure, right? It's new. It's never supposed like the freshest thing, right? So virginity is just that. So New World, they're talking about them. They had this New World Order announcement, and Marvel is very slick. I remember when they announced the trailer, when they dropped the trailer for Moon Knight. It was literally a new moon in Cancer when they dropped the trailer for Moon Knight. Y'all could fact check me. It was either a new moon or a full moon, but it was definitely in Cancer when they dropped the trailer for Moon Knight. And Cancer is ruled by the moon. So Marvel mythology is usually, even if you look when they started talking about variants, right? During the whole scamdemic, and they were talking about all these variants popping up, right? What was Loki? Loki on Marvel was talking about variants, different variants, right? So a lot of these Marvel shows, they use the mythology to plant seeds in your mind already. What happened? Thanos snapped half the people on Earth, right? What happened the next year? There was a snap called the Roni, okay? So y'all should know what the Roni is, and where a lot of people were going, right? So some of these things are used to not only seed your mind, but there's also ways out. You know what I'm saying? They give you both in the Marvel movies. You just got to know how to decode it. You know what I'm saying? They'll give you what's going to happen, and they also give you the way out, how to prepare. They'll give you not necessarily how to prepare, but they give you how to, win. Captain America was the lead in that. Was basically the lead. Remember, he had Thor's hammer. He was ready to die, right? That's really the hammer of Ogun. and a hammer of iron, right? When he was ready to die, right? His shield was fucked up. He was ready to go, but he has that star in his chest. That star in his chest is a symbol of Orsair. So Captain America is basically Orsair, and if you look at the colors, the red, white, and blue, that's Orsair's or Osiris's colors, red, white, and blue. Take a second, go on your phone, type in Osiris, Orsair, AUSAR even, and you'll see the red, white, and blue in the colors. All right. So they're telling you that if you are keep a balance, right? Keep balance, stay calm, right? Trust nature. You'll get out of this fine. And those who did, we're fine today, right? So that's why they're dropping the New World Order. They're dropping the seed, and it'll be interesting to see how people react after the stock market crash, and when they implement the cryptocurrency, and when they furthermore try to implement the New World Order. I think it's going to fail, but we'll see. You know, it will succeed for some. It'll fail for those. Some will succeed, some will fail. Right. At the end of the day, we have the power within us, and we have the tools within us nowadays to not only think for ourselves, but escape any of their traps. Their time is up, and the queen is dead, yo. The queen is dead. Their time is up. The second rainbow is here. That double rainbow is there for a reason. It's telling you that we above that now. We above what they're going to do and how they're going to treat us and how they're going to handle us. Those days are over. We shouldn't be talking like victims anymore. Like, I hate to see it. I hate to see it. I hate to see it. We should not be talking like victims anymore. At all. There's no reason. There's no reason to victimize yourself. Now, though things happen, yeah. Or up and down's gonna happen, yeah. I'm going through my Mercury retrograde just like y'all. I have some things that's happening that hasn't happened in a while, right? To your boy Ra. You see me still up here smiling, cracking jokes, right? Y'all don't know my personal life. Y'all don't know my struggle. But at the end of the day, right, I still come up here and smile. And I still know that everything's going to be all right. Because the best conspiracy theory is me knowing that everything's going to be okay. That's my favorite conspiracy theory. Knowing that everything's going to work out because I have years and years of historical data telling me that it does always work out. When I was young, I wanted to commit suicide. Quick story. A lot of people are going through a lot of shit right now, right? Not only financially losing their cars, losing their jobs, and I'm talking about on social media, but the data's out there, right? People losing their jobs, their homes, their cars, the data's out there. When I was a kid, right, I was going through something, I wanted to kill myself. I actually took the pills, right? I took like 80 pills or some shit. I was about to leave here, right? And at the time, I was happy to do so. I didn't want to be here. I was like, fuck this place. Nobody understands me. Everybody thinks I'm weird. You know what I'm saying? It was just stress, a lot of other things were going on, right? And I was just like, man, I'm out of here. You know what I'm saying? I was happy about it. I remember I was like, yeah, I'm about 5-10 minutes, this shit going to keep wearing. I'm going to keep drifting. And I'm out, right? And out of nowhere, right? Out of nowhere, my aunt came over. One of my favorite aunts. And yeah, I ain't gonna tell that part of the story. But my favorite aunt came, right? And she came and she said, and she talked to me. And do you know her words hit me? And it made me go to the hospital. I can't remember to this day what she said. But there were many other people trying to talk to me. And I was like, F all y'all, I want to be out. I want to be out. Only she could save me. And she just and she was my favorite aunt. She's still my favorite aunt. And she just happened to come that day and talk to me. And whatever she said, it made me go to the hospital, drink a whole bunch of charcoal, If you have a lot of toxins in your body, get some charcoal pills or get some liquid charcoal. You can put it in your tea, drink it, and it'll flush you. If you took the hokey pokey, probably should have told y'all this a couple years ago, but if you took the hokey pokey, that's a good, don't do it every day, but maybe once, twice a week, flush yourself out, flush yourself out, flush yourself out. Drink that liquid charcoal, right? And so they take me to the hospital. I drink that liquid charcoal. Boom, I was good. Rise back here. So I say all that to say, even in my ignorance, man, I was protected. There was a plan. There was a purpose. There was a purpose for me to be here. And maybe it's the purpose to talk to, the 17 of y'all that's watching right now. Who knows? Well, I can't say who knows. I know that's part of it. But you have a purpose here too. And whatever you went through in the past has brought you here. Don't give up hope. Don't think it's the end all be all. Reflect, use your past as your lessons. You've had wins, many wins in the past, way more than losses. I promise you. Write them out. You got way more wins than losses. And if you feel like you got more losses, then figure out how you could turn them into wins. Tomorrow's a due date. You get off this live right now and plot your future. This Pisces, intuition is up. It's up and it's stuck. I went on a little tangent, but let's get into this. So this is also one of my predictions, okay, for the future. Like I promise y'all, I'll talk about the future. That Kamala Harris, Uncle Joe's gonna kick the bucket. Well, y'all Uncle Joe. He's gonna kick the bucket, right? And Kamala will come in. And I think it's gonna be soon. Right? I think it's gonna be before the end of the year. I could be off, but definitely before the 4 years is up. She's up next. You know what I'm saying? Again, they plan these things 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 years in advance. So, and the scripture, Revelation, we're living in the book of Revelation, by the way, if you understand how to decode it, right? Get you a Bible, show y'all. You could get something like this, a Bible dictionary, a metaphysical Bible dictionary, or you can get a correspondence, right? And look through the book of, matter of fact, not now, but maybe towards closer to December, I'll do something on Revelations if I remember. After the carnage of the stock market crash, and I'll show y'all. But yeah, this is what I think. And look, she swore the purse, right? There's pictures of her doing this because she's not what you call it. She's not part of the the establishment, so to speak. But I think she's going to be the first. She will be the first that she won't be part of the bloodline, so to speak. She won't be directly connected to the bloodline, but she will be a puppet. This was today at the funeral of Queen Liz. These are the soldiers, okay? They have these things on top of their head. If you look at the deity Ma'at, I don't have a picture here, but you could plug Ma'at, M-A-A-T, in your phone. On the top of her head is a feather, okay? They have feathers on top of their heads as well, okay? There's actually a black guy, if you look at her funeral procession, that was next to the coffin of Queen Liz with a red feather, and one on the other side, white man with a white feather. Okay, so there was also some brothers and sisters at her funeral as well, the actual thing. So there's no affirmative action there's no affirmative action in the Vatican. There's no affirmative action in the royal monarchy, right? These people are there because they know what's up. They understand magic. They understand spirituality. They understand these concepts I'm talking about. They understand how to use words of power in different language, right? Things like that. Shout out to Travis Maggis. He's exposing a lot of this stuff to the world. I listen to Travis Maggis. LVX 7777, I think is his channel. He breaks things down really well. And I'm definitely a student. I don't say that about many people, but he's very good. Even though he comes from a Hindu perspective, but he's good with it. So let's so that all right. Heru. So you see the knee. This is the symbolism. So you see the knee. This is the knee that's out. It's the same thing Heru was doing here. This is her quote unquote royal guard. You see they got red hats, right? We talked about the blue house, the blue lodge, and the red lodge. It's the same thing, okay? And you'll see this image of this first knee coming out, all right? And this is a representation, if you look, right? If you turn this picture, the statue, you'll notice that that's the left knee, right? The left knee is when you are, like, for instance, I could be thinking about, right? Let's say I was thinking about, let's say I said the Blueprint album. I could see the album. I could see the dude on the cover. I could see it, right? That's the right brain. I could see it, but I don't remember the artist, right? And then somebody says, "Oh, that's Jay-Z," or you think that's Jay-Z. That's the equivalent of this knee, the left knee, or the left brain, or the active part, right? That's the equivalent of the left knee being out. Okay, so when you see these Kemetic deities or these Kemetic statues, and you see this knee, it's just a representation of you taking your imagination or putting your imagination or your vision, right? Because this is Heru right here, but there's many deities that do this. Ma'at or Set has some. There's many deities that do this. But when you see this, that's what it's trying to tell you. It's basically a version of moonlight, so to speak, right? It's a reflection of your sun or your inner light. When you are displaying your emotions, right? That's a reflection of your light. When you're angry, that's a reflection of your light. When you're happy, that's a reflection of your light. When you're hungry, that's a reflection of your light. When you're tired, that's a reflection of your light. There's emotions behind that. There's any energy, emotion behind that. That's a reflection of your inner self, your inner feeling, your inner thoughts. That's why thoughts become things and words become worlds, right? And feelings become form. Okay? Thoughts become things, words become words, feelings become form. Because your emotions are going to show who and what you are. People could say what they want to say out their mouth, but their body language is going to speak for them if you understand how to read body language. All right? So, again, this is just a reflection of the active part, or you being active, you being logical, you being reasoning, you being critically thinking. That's like somebody says, "Yo, I saw this guy on YouTube, man. He had on, one of them little cool ass caps and some glasses, man. I know what he looks like. I don't remember his name, man." And then the name, Rob Black Storm, comes. That's, again, the knee being out, the reflection of that, of your inner light. Okay? And there's more signs when we go. We're going to go into a lot more. I got a lot more to show y'all. I'm just going to try to make sure the videos, though. All right. So you see the pyramid right here. This is also from that same tribe earlier that we were talking about, the Tuareg tribe. And this is one of their mosques. If you notice, it looks just like a pyramid. This was the queen's. This was the queen's. This was the queen's funeral today. Okay, and you see she has pyramids on. There's not she, but her, and I forgot who they said they were. Man, they said who they were, but I was kind of ghost watching it and working at the same time, so I didn't, and I should have wrote it down what they called them. But it's like there's basically like this spiritual part. They didn't really say, but they said like this, like something like the spiritual part of the royal monarchy. And these people were, and you see, they got these little. Also, the Native Americans. Shout out to the so-called Native Americans, right? We know that there's copper-colored Native Americans, Blackfoots, you melanated beings, right? Melanated people been everywhere on the planet, right? We were here on America first, just like every place else, But, so you see this is that Tuareg group that I told you was trading with the Moors earlier, right? They have a pyramid, which is the form of a mosque. Some people would call it a ziggurat, right? And This is the look, TP, and this is of course the pyramid. So this is east, this is west, right? And this is also in the middle, right? In Britain and all that, right? This is what they did today. And they have, look, the yellow solar plexus chakra colored candles, okay? Which corresponds again to Tiferet, which corresponds to Heru, which corresponds to your inner light, which is your inner focus, okay? Quantum physics teaches us that whatever you focus on not only expands, but whatever you look at is your reality. Meaning whatever is behind me right now is not real until I turn around and look at it. It's just a wave of potential. It doesn't become a particle until I actually look at it, right? So whatever's outside my home is not real until I actually look at it. It becomes a solid particle. So we stream consciousness the same way you stream Netflix. That's why they say there's nothing new under the sun. Because in order for somebody to create a smartphone, a computer, a microphone, a ring, a tablet, whatever, it had to already be in the subconscious mind. It has to come from somewhere. And the download comes to create this because either it's going to move society or the world forward, or it's going to set society or the world back. And that's due to whatever your actions are. And you may say, oh, my action might set society back. You don't know whatever you're doing to someone, how it's going to affect them, and how whatever negative thing you may do to someone affects them, how it's going to affect others. See, everything again goes in a cycle, in a spiral of spirit. Melanated hair goes in a spiral because it's trying to connect. That's why we have quote unquote soul. I'm not going to go back over it. I showed you what soul was earlier. So now you have a working definition of black. Look up black body radiation. Learn these. Don't believe nothing I'm saying about here. If you think Queen Elizabeth is a lizard, that's fine. Hey, but let me know how that helps your psychology. How you feel like you're better than her by thinking she's a lizard. And not even better. I'm not even more down. I don't even want to say that, right? But you should be thinking that you're the shit. You know what I'm saying? You should have that. If you are under these studies, you have to see yourself as a god. You have to see yourself as one with the creator. There has to be some form of creativity in you. Creators are the closest to God. So if you're not creative enough and not alchemical enough to, even if she was a motherfucking shape-shifting gargoyle, nigga, to say, oh, well, I'm still more powerful than her. My ancestors' line is still more stronger. I still got people in my bloodline that got my back. I got millions of ancestors that got my back. I got millions of cells, right, that contain DNA, that contain a nucleus that corresponds to the same stuff that's in a neutron star. I made a stardust. How many, let's use it for the common, black men and women have thrived in the midst of slavery, the midst of Jim Crow, the midst of the worst conditions ever. Those that believe they will, and those that know, not even believe, those that know they will. They didn't have a million books back then. They didn't have YouTube back then. They didn't have speakers and scholars like that back then. But they did have an understanding of nature. They did have the ability to sit in nature and listen and learn and sit in silence. And they had the Bible, which is nothing but our stolen legacy at the end of the day. There's no spirituality without humiliated beings. None. Whenever you go back, you're going to trace it back to us. Even Hinduism. As much as I love my man Trav, even Hinduism, it traces back to Indus Kush. It traces back to the Dravidians. There's no spirituality without us. So these motherfuckers shouldn't intimidate you at all. Even if they kill you, you're going to Valhalla, my nigga. If you know that. And that's all, folks. That's what I got. So, what you could do is put an eye pack in the air, light up that motherfucking Lizzie pack, like they do in Chicago, right? And when Friday, you take that in here, you like, yeah, I'm taking that soul back. I'm taking my strength back. I'm taking my power back. Visualize yourself taking your power back. Visualize yourself not believing in these mythologies that these people are so powerful and so strong. This mythological white man that is so great that you can't defeat him. Study your elders. Study your history. That's what it's for. Not to romanticize. We were slaves. We're never going to get out. These people just keep killing us. Sounds soft, B. Soft, like Kobe said. Rest in peace to the ancestors. Soft. Soft. It's not the time for that. Not the time for that. Oh, I skipped the slide because I was talking shit. So, this is the hold on, let me switch it. So, actually, no, it's not. Okay, that's what I want. So, these movies are coming out. We talked about intuition, right? So, it's the rise of the female. Be careful with Hollywood, though. It sounds good. It looks good. You know, may even feel good, right? For our sisters, right? Queens, the goddesses, right? Seeing women like in these films, but never trust Hollywood. They never will have your best interest at heart, especially if you don't control it and if you're not running it, if you're not the showrunners, none of that, and if you're not sponsoring it financially. The golden rule is he who has the gold makes the rules. One more time, the golden rule is he who has the gold makes the rules. You see, when Nate Parker made Birth of a Nation about Nat Turner and used his own money to sponsor it, you see they doxed him, right, and brought up some old cases where he was acquitted for the R word in somebody, and he was found not guilty, but they still doxed him. They still try to destroy his character because he used his own money. See, Disney is an op. I like Marvel. I love Marvel. You know what I'm saying? I'm a big fan. But I know they the op at the end of the day. I take the meat, spit out the bones, right? You think they're not going to op us in The Woman King? You think they're not going to op us in The Little Mermaid? You think they're not going to op us in Black Panther 2? The first Black Panther was an op in general because they were gender warring in Wakanda. It was black men versus black women at the end. Go back and watch it. It was black on black crime. It was black on black crime. And that was on film, a gender war. And now what's happening on the line? The gender war. Now they have they're saying that Namor is going to come out of the waters and he's going to be the villain, right? But he's going to be Mexican. What do you think that's going to do when you see Mexicans and blacks fighting for Wakanda? Will Wakanda be destroyed? And people's fictional idea of an utopia be shattered? And their dreams and hopes be eradicated? You can't trust these people. They already call black women masculine. They already say black women are difficult. They already say black women are hard to deal with. They already treating black women saying black women's pain tolerance is too high. is higher than anybody else, so they don't treat them well in hospitals. You know how many black women die off of childbirth? Because they think black women are so strong and so powerful that they're kings instead of queens. There's nothing wrong with being a queen. Queen Ty told you that. Queen Nzinga told you that. Queen Nefertiti told you that. Queen Nefertari told you that. There's nothing wrong with being a queen. Absolutely nothing. It's just as powerful. One of the etymologies of the word queen is wife, right? But what's wrong with being a fucking wife? Like when was that so shameful? There's nothing wrong with being a husband. There's nothing wrong with being a wife. Nothing wrong with being in a committed relationship. Just because you're a wife doesn't mean you're a slave to someone. And just because you're a man, a husband, it doesn't mean that you're supposed to be over dominant or be dominated by your wife. There's roles and there's keys to lock, right? Penis to vagina, basic, key to lock. There's different roles. One receives, one gives. Different roles, right? Women are the most magnetic creatures on the planet. I gave y'all the illustration earlier. A beautiful woman walks down. I don't care if there's 50 people on the construction site. If she's bad enough, everything stops. Work stops for 20, 30 seconds or a minute, depending on how bad she is. And you want to trade that in to be a fucking king? You don't want this man life. You don't want this man life with child support and stress and, having to lead. You don't want this life. You're literally physically not built for it because of your estrogen. There's not to say you can't do it, because anybody could do anything. Anything's possible. But is it beneficial? Women are popping up with fibroids all the time now. Where do you think that comes from? Being overly aggressive, being overly masculine, putting stress on the sympathetic nervous system when they should definitely be more in their parasympathetic, rest and digest. Now, some women have to be more masculine because they're single mothers. I understand that. I am not a fool. But just because someone is a single mother, right, it doesn't mean that you have to lose your femininity. It doesn't mean that you have to lose your femininity. You put yourself in a leadership role because you have to for your family. That's understandable. But you don't have to be rough, tough, rugged, and raw. Back in my day, I sound like an old ass nigga, right? Back in my day, youngin'. But back in my day, right, there was a movie called Something New by Sanaa Lathan. Sanaa Lathan was in this movie, right? The girl from Love and Basketball. So you don't trust Hollywood, right? To ever tell your story accurately, never give you a message that's really good for you. Ever. I don't care who it is or what it is. Just like they gave niggas fucking when George Floyd got clapped, so they say. When he died, and they gave niggas fucking street signs and paintings on the floor with your dead ancestors, and motherfuckers was playing ball and dribbling and all that and whatever, right? And that's all that happened. Give you street signs and that's it. Smoke and mirrors, tokens. These are tokens. Decode them, break them down, take what you can from them, but don't trust them. And they understand this is Virgo season. That's why you see all these things being announced during this time. They understand the spirit world. They understand astrology. They understand what's going on when most people don't. 85% of people are dumb, deaf, and blind, poison animal eaters, slaves of mental death and power, who are easily led in the wrong direction, but hard to be led in the right. That's the motherfucking truth if I ever heard it. Shout out, peace to the gods. So, I just want to touch on that. Tap into your intuition, man. Now, there's jewels and gems and everything, right? The devil got to tell you some truth, right? when you went into church, the preacher was telling you some truth. That's why your ass was there. That's why your mama was there. That's why your daddy, your great granddaddy, your great grandmama was there, because the preacher was telling some truth. But there's also some lies and bullshit and con game to get you out your money and get you and keep you trapped and keep coming back to the church. It is what it is. I ain't judging. That's life. Whatever floats your boat. But at the end of the day, there's no shame in a woman being a queen. There's no shame in a woman being soft and gentle and being magnetic and being in her magnetic aura and just walking and being like the shit. Having a man bring on all the bacon for her while she sits and gets her fucking nails done and chills. But you got to be a woman. You got to be in your femininity for that. Women should study. I'm gonna say this, right? I might get bashed for this, but I don't care. Women should study Carisha. Carisha from the City Girls that's dealing with Puffy Diddy. Here's why. Puffy already told Carisha to her face, look, I'm single. I'm just doing me right now. I'm having fun. I'm not really looking for a relationship right now. She said, okay, you know. She said, all right, I feel that way too. But guess what? She understands Diddy got the bag. She understands Diddy got the money. She understands Diddy got the power. She understands Diddy can put her in position. She understands that she's a woman. So she ain't tripping about the relationship. I'm not saying you shouldn't or should trip. I'm giving you the principles behind the game. I'm giving you the game. Game 101. You know, she came to the awards. Puffy was at the awards. She held up the sign. I seen women talk about she's stupid. She's dumb. He don't even want her like that. You're looking at possession and attachment, and she's looking at position and being feminine. She knows all she got to do is continue to support him. Diddy came on Instagram, did his dance. It did some dance. It looked stupid. She clowned him in the comments. An hour later, she was doing a dance with her homegirl, saying to go listen to Diddy's song. She understands how to tap into the male ego. And that's because she was a stripper. Same thing with Amber Rose. Same thing with Black China. You like, how do they get these dudes? Now they're gaming with it. Right? But the game is to be feminine. For real. And the thing about it is they're not really feminine. So eventually the game wears off, and a guy, because we're not as stupid as some women think, well, some of us, right? Eventually the game wears off, and the guy gets hip to it. He's like, hold up, wait, hold up, speak, swell up, right? This ain't, wait, whoa, draining me, right? I ain't got this. My energies. It's usually that's what happens. You know, you pull so much from the guy, he gets drained, and that's what snaps him into reality, right? Because once you start taking, right, people that are gaming or vampiric like that, they just keep taking. But the key is she understands how to use her feminine energy. That's my main point. So the Amber Rose to get Kanye, and the people, they know how to use that. And it's not just about beauty. You know, Carisha ain't the best looking woman in the world. She's attractive, but she ain't the best looking woman in the world to me, right? But Diddy's always hyping up, gave her a job, you know what I'm saying? All that. So even if the City Girls fails, she's still good. That's feminine energy and magnetic energy. And even though Carisha be acting up and talking about she acting bad or all that, that's women. She's doing some womanly shit. There's no man in the world that don't want a woman that's going to pump him up and support him like that. No woman, no man in the world that doesn't want that. None of us. We don't want to be arguing all the time and beefing all the time. And vice versa, you know. But because we're in the age of the maiden, I'm talking about female specific, right? If y'all follow me, y'all know I give it up both ways. Hit that like button if you're new here. Hit that subscribe button, right? I give it up on both sides. Again, black, white. I'm in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Men, we fuck up too. I fuck up too. You know, there's probably some people watching me that, you know, be like, listen, this nigga Roz, he got some shit with him, right? We all got some shit, right? And we all growing. You know what I'm saying? But one thing's for total, two things for certain. I take care of my shit. I'm my masculine. I take care of my family. I take care of my kids. You know what I'm saying? Both of my kids were born, none of their mothers worked for quite some time. So they can say what they want. Women that's been with me, they're going to be taken care of. You know what I'm saying? To the best of my ability as a man. So we got to play our role, man. Two people can't be kings in a relationship. Two people can't lead. Two people can't drive the car. There's only one steering wheel. Be careful with Hollywood. All right, we're done. Let me recite this. This is from this chapter is from the homie and modern the homie, Adika Butler. Check him out on Instagram, Adika. No, you go mess up your name, but he was on my channel. You can check him out on my channel, talking about the book. Very great conversation we had. New op pack in the air. So this is how you take offense, right? Instead of playing defense and crying and bitching and whining on the internet all day about what they're doing to us. In Chicago, urban slang, an op is an enemy. Gang members in Chicago will murder a person who they perceive as an op and roll up a spliff named after the person who they have killed. They're literally smoking an op after figuratively shooting and murdering their op. In the process, a simple spliff becomes a magic fetish tool where a person can incinerate and consume the soul of a deceased person. Read this again. They're literally smoking an op after figuratively smoking, shooting, and murdering their op. In the process, a simple spliff becomes a magic fetish tool where a person can incinerate and consume the soul of a deceased enemy. So instead of talking about how much they spirit cooking, instead of talking about how many rituals they doing, I'm giving you a ritual to do at them. 9/15/2022. What's the math on that? Hold on. So 2022 is 6. 5 plus 1 is 6. 9. 9 and 6 is 15. 15 plus, so that's 21, 3. The Trinity. Great number. I'm giving you spirit cooking, niggas. Are you going to spirit cook this Friday? Are you going to spirit cook tonight when you roll up that spliff? Are you going to write Lizzo? Are you going to write Queen Elizabeth on your blunt paper? Are you going to write Queen Elizabeth on your joint paper? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, all right? You going to be a victim all your life? Or you going to be a god, nigga? Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'll be back this Sunday. Y'all gonna see me 2 times a week for now, so y'all will see me on a consistent basis on Wednesday and on Saturday, Sunday. If something big happens and I gotta decode it, I'm not one of the people. If something happened, on Wednesday morning, I'm not gonna decode it that night. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna look at it, investigate it, deep dive, see what comes out, and then probably next week, that next Wednesday or that Sunday, you either have the discussion with somebody or we'll just go over something. But y'all gonna see a lot more of me. And let's hope YouTube don't go back in 2021 and delete more of my video. And let me not even put that out there, right? That's not gonna happen, right? Just stay positive. So let's do some magic, y'all. You know your assignment, you know your ritual, right? And again, tap in, all right? I also gave you some other tools to tap in. Great conversation. I appreciate y'all still being here. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Also, you could pick up my book that I did with Suche Dula. She's been a guest on the channel. Occult Magic Mastery. The Secret to Manifestation, Miracles in a Free Mind. All right. It's a beginner's book, so if you're new to this, hop in. Next book coming soon. You know what I'm saying? My next book, I think I'm going to do solo, but I'm also going to do another book with Suche, but I'm going to do a solo book with myself. So that's going to be coming where I'm going to be going in on this Kemetic Science a little more. But another one of these are coming soon. And my My solo book will be coming soon. That's all I got for y'all. Appreciate y'all staying with me, man. I'm really just talking because y'all are still hitting me. If y'all like what I put down, you know what I'm saying, don't hesitate to hit that cash app. We'll appreciate it. I got kids. I got bills. And, you know, it takes time to put all this work in to give it, you know, and it takes time to put this work in the research and put these slides together. I appreciate y'all that be putting slides together. This is my first time putting slides together to present on YouTube. Again, virgin birth, right? So I'm following that energy, something new, right? And it takes time, you know. So the people who do slide presentations every day or every other day, man, I salute y'all because, you know what I'm saying, y'all got the time to do it. And but it does take work. So those creators need to be, you know, give them some love back. Not just me, but, you know, show them some love as well. Whatever you give, it always comes back to you. Everything goes in cycles. All right. All right, with that being said, man, it's almost 4 hours. Let me see if anybody got any questions. I might as well go for fucking... Let me see. Anybody got questions? I might as well cap it at 4 hours. Yeah. Yep, Lisa, she's talking about Carisha again, but she's young and she thinks he'll be getting over on him all the while he needed her useful energy, right? But that's an exchange, you know what I'm saying? That's a positive exchange. She's playing her role, he's playing his role. He's being a giver, right? He's being a giver. She's being a receiver, right? But she's also in her reception, she's giving back. And she's not giving anything financial. Her currency is her femininity. Her currency is her support, right? That's her currency. Her currency is her Osset, her Isis, her queen, her maidenhood, right? Feeding, nurturing, that mothering energy. She's nurturing him. It feels good. It feels good. You in the middle of a speech or whatever, you dancing, and somebody holding up a sign with your name and telling you go. That should make your nuts 3 times bigger. That should make your dick swell. Pause. For real. She might, but guess what? She came up. Even if she ends up without him, she came up. See, it's not about possession at the end of the day. When he told her what's up. He ain't lied to her, he ain't mislead her. He told her what's up. And she said, all right. But she wants to stay close to where the giving is. See, a lot of times people think it's about possession. They think you don't own nobody out here. I don't care if you're married. You don't own nobody. You don't own that man. You don't own that woman. I don't care if they say they love you every night. Tomorrow they could walk out the door, be different. You don't own them. Just because you put a ring on, you don't own them. They don't own you. It's love at the end of the day. Giving without seeking anything in return. Compassion, putting yourself in other person's shoes. At least Carisha shows she got compassion. She ain't just taking. She giving back. So even if it doesn't work out, she still got. And he still got. It's still a fair exchange. There's no robbery. But nah, it's gotta be possession, right? You gotta have him. You gotta have her. Because we think selfish and we think with our ego, not with our spirit. We think with our ego. It's ego involved. Nobody else should have them or be with them. Now, I'm not saying if you have a committed relationship or you decide you want to be in a committed relationship, that's fine. But if a person clearly tells you they don't want to be in a committed relationship, but you still want to rock with them because they're cool, right? And you like them, or you like being around them, and they treat you well. I mean, if somebody treats you well, look at it. Let's look at this logically. Let's take our emotions out of it. If somebody's treating you well, taking you out, putting you in a position, you got a dream, they helping you with your dream, right? But they're like, look, I don't want to be in a relationship. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna turn all that down because you can't possess them as your own. They're not like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You can't have them for yourself, so you're gonna turn all that away, and you're definitely not gonna give them anything because that nigga ain't my man. If Carisha thought like that, she wouldn't have no show. She wouldn't have a show that's on fucking YouTube and on Revolt. That's the difference when you understand your femininity. I'm not talking about you personally. I'm just talking to the world that's watching. When you understand the power of nurturing, when you're in your Offset energy, your Isis energy, when it looks like bring it up again. Maybe it wasn't clear. And it looks like this. That's what she's doing. When she's holding up that sign, she's helping him with his vision. And what he done with return, he gave her a show. I'm sure he flies around and does things because he is nurturing his vision. And that is her throne. And that is her throne. And not being a fucking king, and being a woman, a queen in her femininity. That is her throne. But you got to do it to the right person. You got to do it for the right person. You can't do it for a person that just looks good, has nice jeans, and has some good penis, right? You got to see other qualities in them. You got to see how they treat you, what type of empathy they have for you. You know what I'm saying? How they treat your children. But I appreciate the comment. Just my perspective. Let me scroll through these comments. Queen of Fool, 45 was sisters dying in childbirth. That fucked me up. I didn't know that. Yeah. But they want to put a movie called A Woman King. What do you think these doctors, when they go to the hospital, they're going to think now? It's probably going to go up to 55, 60%, unfortunately, because of the collective consciousness. And there's a lot of women excited to see that. And I definitely know most ain't going to decode it. Let me see. Anything? All right. Anything else? Anything else here? Anything else here? Anything else here? All right. I think that's it. Y'all ain't got no questions. Oh, the Cash App? It's right there, scrolling on the bottom, son. $ Rob Blackstorm 7. That's the Cash App. Let me put in the chat for those. I got any questions? There's 16 of y'all here. Y'all just gonna ghost watch? I mean, I appreciate the view. Rob Blackstorm 7, but that's the Cash App. If you want to donate, I appreciate it. Y'all see me. Y'all. Some of you may see me in other groups, Black Magic, other things. You know what I'm saying? Certain people I follow, I always donate, always give back. You know what I'm saying? So I always give back, and that's a principle. The principle of philanthropy is a spiritual principle. There's a reason why they do it. It's a reason why they give back, not just for the tax write-off, but when you give, you get. People who are misers and super tight with their money, I've yet to see these people thrive and live well and live happy. I've yet to see that. I'm a man of a certain age, and I've known many misers and people who don't give. I'm yet to see them thrive or be happy or be successful in anything. All right, no questions, y'all. We'll give y'all a couple more seconds. It could be about anything, but hopefully y'all understood this. Hopefully this made sense. Hopefully you understand the connections between Kemet. Hopefully you understand what you need to be doing with this time. Hopefully you're preparing for a stock market crash. You know, you got some coins. If you don't have some coins set up, don't worry. You know what I'm saying? After the crash, could be that could be your come up. You know what I'm saying? But have a mind for what you're going to create, what you're going to sell, what you're going to put into the market. These are things I'm thinking about. These are things you should be thinking about. You know, God loves a creator. You know, creators are the closest to God. I always say that because that's ultimately, if you're talking about God, that's what God is, a creator. Dr. Bombay, salute. Thank you, thank you. Yo, I've never seen you in the comments, Dr. Bombay, but I appreciate you watching. And I appreciate you commenting. I like when y'all comment, man. Comments help the algorithm. So even after this, man, drop a, you know, Hollow's good for that. He drops a lot of comments, so it does help the algorithm. And they're usually questions, you know what I'm saying? So that's good as well. But, you know, drop a comment. Just let me know what you think. Let me know what you think. Even if you got a criticism, hey, you can criticize me. It's okay. It's okay. Well, Hollow got a thing. He said, "How do you feel about crypto?" Just the name alone bothers me. I think crypto is, as my man Thanos said, inevitable. You know, Thanos is one of my servitors, by the way. A servitor is basically, you know how when you was a little kid, right? You had, well, I'm a man of a certain age, right? But you had Transformers, right? So I'm out my age really, but you had Transformers, right? And you know, you play with those Transformers and Optimus Prime, you start doing things, you put him in certain situations, right? You're rolling him, turn him into a semi truck, right? You're rolling him into certain things. You have certain scenarios in your mind, right? So you basically animate and give life to an inanimate object, right? You're giving energy, you're giving it character, you're giving it direction, you're giving it things to do, you're giving it a storyline, right? You're even emotionally attached. You know, you ever see a little kid playing? They're like, Optimus Prime, transform, right? They're into it, right? Right? Feelings are formed, right? Feelings and form. You can see somebody feels by their form, body language, right? Thoughts of things, words of words. So, watching Transformers, right? You playing with your Transformer, and you give it those human qualities. That's what a servitor is, right? That's basically, so I have Thanos as one of my servitors, right? And whenever I need, well, I'm not going to tell you exactly what I use it for, but whenever I need something, I basically picture myself as Thanos, right? But Thanos is also doing other things, right, for me. But I picture myself as Thanos, right? So, but just to answer your questions, crypto is inevitable. You know what I'm saying? It's here. It's here to stay. It's coming. The White House is dropping something in December. I believe it's called 14067. If I'm not mistaken, it's a bill. They say it's just to look into and devise and come up. It's an executive order, actually. Let me share this. Hold up. Hold up, young swole up. So, Executive Order 14067, officially titled Ensuring Responsible Development of Digital. All right. So, Executive Order 14067, officially titled Ensuring Responsible Development of Digital Assets, was signed on March 9th, 2022, and is the 83rd Executive Order. All right, 89, 83rd, 11. All right, 11 is a door. Whenever you see the number 11, that's a doorway. You can kind of do what you want with the number 11. So when you see 1111, always, if you can speak something out loud, even if it's a whisper, right? Because words are power, the throat chakra, and also if you can't, think something, right? Think something that you want to put into existence so that you're working on whatever, right? You're working on something, do that. Or have you have an idea for something, you're trying to manifest something, you could do that as well. Um, but the end goal, again, as I always say, is to walk around as magic, right? So, crypto, just the name alone, A cryptocurrency, yeah. I mean, something cryptic is just something hidden. You know what I'm saying? What killed Superman? Kryptonite, right? So a crypt is also where they keep the dead. You know what I'm saying? So this basically with cryptocurrency, this new cryptocurrency that they're bringing in, what they're doing is they're going to be able to track whatever you buy. You know, as they said in what was it, King of New York, Frank White. You know, if they sell a nickel bag in the park, I want in. You know, so all your transactions. I mean, that's really going to be the start of ushering a new world order when your paper money is useless. Even in the Bible, it says that in Revelation, I think it's Revelation. It says that people will throw their money in the street and it'll be worthless. You know what I'm saying? So, but not to worry. There's many, including Revelation, including the Hopi prophecy, that we're gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying? This gonna come. This too will come to pass. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not in our lifetime, but this is the beginning, the genesis of new beginnings for you melanated beings, poor beings. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to say poor, but the marginalized people of the world. It's really our time. You know what I'm saying? It may not look like it because a lot of things are happening, but things got to break down before they get built up again. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes things got to fall apart before they get built. If Donald Trump wasn't in office, you know what I'm saying, would there be so many more new black entrepreneurs as they were? You know what I'm saying? I doubt it. You know, pressure makes a diamond. Pressure could bust pipes, but pressure also turns coal into a diamond. So sometimes, your hardest challenge your hardest challenges bring you to your greatest glory. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to fight your way out. And right from fighting your way out, you learn different tools, you know, and different ways on how to fight your way out. So, long story short, I think cryptocurrency is inevitable. It's coming. There's already an executive order, right? I didn't even do the numerology on it yet, but there's an executive order. Um, it's coming, so be prepared. I say, to me, I think everybody should have at least $100 in crypto. Right now, I'm sure it's low where you could get in. It's going down every day, so I know it's tough to even see it, but that's how finance works. It's the people who invest early, they get the best gain. And it's really about knowing what crypto is the most useful in the most applications, like Ethereum, things like that, and others, right? I'm not a financial advisor, but you can study. There's a lot of brothers and sisters that I recommend. What Happened to Common Sense is good, very very good with the crypto. I made some money off crypto fucking with him, so I recommend him for real. And he's a little bit of an asshole, and I want people who talk. Me personally, I like the people who talk about money to be an asshole. You know what I'm saying? I like the people who talk about business to be a little bit assholish. You know what I'm saying? And the reason being is because I know that they take it. And money is trading money and being in that business world like that to where you hit a certain height. It's very vicious. You know what I'm saying? And you have to be kind of on it, because the way money moves in the markets. So people who are a little bit assholes and a little bit got a little bit of ego, like those are the ones I like. I don't like the people just talking to me regular. You know what I'm saying? And I found that those people that are a little bit like that usually have the best financial advice. Just a word from me to you. You know what I'm saying? All right. I think that's it, y'all. All right, y'all. Peace, power, and prosperity. It's 1 o'clock. I'm gonna, I think I'm gonna try to watch. I think tonight I'm gonna try to watch that Serpent Queen before I go to bed. I'm gonna meditate and watch that Serpent Queen, see what's up with it, and then I might get some jewels out of it. We'll see. It might be too might be what do they call it, feminized. That's not the right word, but it might be a chick flick or chick show. So we'll see. But if it catches me, I'll check it out. But I'm gonna try to. I'm not try. I'm gonna watch the first episode tonight to see what's with it. All right, y'all. Peace, power, and prosperity. I said that before. Again, like, share, subscribe. If you're new here, subscribe. I appreciate you watching. I appreciate all of y'all. You know what I'm saying? And let's grow together. Let's go together. Drop a comment if you can when this is done. Peace. Much love. Thank you all. Thank you all the new subscribers. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate every one of you. Sometimes I don't get back to you, I know, but I be going through things just like y'all be going through things. So blame it on the head, not the heart. All right, y'all. Later.